Still the one. ABC. Still the one. ABC. Saturday, Helen's out for some extra cash.
I think I can satisfy you.
On the ropers. And detective school gets caught on the wrong side of a holdup.
You and look like a thief. No, but your face is against the law.
Then on the love boat, two teens fake their way into the honeymoon suite, and it's left to Gopher to keep them apart. And on Fantasy Island, a high school wallflower gets revenge on the class bully by blossoming into a beauty. And a would-be Rocky takes on the champion of the world.
Hello out there from TV Land, where hundreds of test cases prove that one look, yes, just one look at Nick at Night gives you that tingling feeling that comes from good TV. Nick at Night's formula is carefully enriched and deeply satisfying. And did you know that good TV builds strong minds and sound bodies? That's why the President's Council on Good TV urges you to watch Nick at Night. For good TV the American way, join the Bush League. Watch Nick at Night. A message from the President's Council on Good TV.
What's this stuff? Some cereal. It's supposed to be good for you. Did you try it? I'm not gonna try it. You try it. I'm not gonna try it. Let's get Mikey. Yeah. He won't eat it. He hates everything. He likes it. Hey, Mikey.
When you bring life home, don't tell the kids it's one of those nutritional cereals you've been trying to get them to eat. You're the only one who has to know.
It's the all-new Brady Bunch with guest stars Lee Majors, Farrah Fawcett Majors, Captain Cool and the Kongs, Ann B. Davis, and Rip Taylor. From the producers of Donnie and Marie, it's the Brady Bunch Hour. Sunday at 7 on ABC.
Hey! It's Podblast time! All right!
That's right. It's Podblast time. How are you? How are you? How are you doing? This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. I'm Chance Bartels, remembering the Milton Bradley board game of life. But I was more of a Twister man myself. But right now we're reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. And that's what this show, The Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. This is the nostalgia show with a bite. Because it bites. No, welcome. As Steve Harvey says when he hosts Family Feud, we've got a good one for you today. And I really think we do. We're going to reminisce about memorable TV shows that only lasted 1 or 2 seasons or less. This is part 2 with our guest co-host, Mikey, who I'll bring up in just a moment. And for those that are watching live or listening live, please shout out your favorites. Oh, I like All in the Kasbah. That was a good one here in Zapatistan. No, niet. The Cossack show. I like that. Hey, it might be something I don't recognize from your land, and that's okay, but just please list your favorite TV shows that were memorable that lasted 1 season or less in the comments, and I'll do my best to research those and get back to you. Doesn't matter if I've heard of them or not. I just want to know what your favorite shows are. And I will recap what we discussed in part 1 briefly, but we also are going to have our friend, the man in the seats, JT. He has a movie review for you. And it has something to do with the new Alien property from the Alien movies. But this is a TV show. This is on Hulu and on FX, which you can stream on Hulu. We'll get to that later. But listeners, if you're listening at Fistful of Radio, Saturday or Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern time or Monday or Wednesday night, not to worry. I will describe in detail what we're looking at with the clips. But if you insist on seeing for yourself, all you have to do, it's so simple, is do this. Google search The Nostalgic Podblast, and you'll see our YouTube channel at the very top of your search. And once you find the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel, click that, then click the Live tab, and you'll see a thumbnail image of Manimal, A League of Their Own TV show, and more short-lived shows with the words in red, Short-Lived TV Shows Part 2. But if you want to call in old school to talk about classic TV or anything nostalgic, the phone number is 770-438-1050. Or as I said, simply leave a comment here in the chat area with your thoughts, and I will show them on the screen. No super chat required. Let's bring up our guest. Mikey is back. Hello, Mikey. How are you?
Hello from Scarborough, Ontario, Canada.
What's happening, man?
Life is good. Humidity is hot.
For those that weren't here last time, Mikey worked on a show I really liked. He worked in several episodes of The Highwaymen, which was a show that started as a TV movie of the week, a 2-hour movie in 1987 on NBC TV, okay, and then was a weekly 1-hour show. It was a short-lived show, so it falls into the category of our topic tonight. But he got to work with Jane Badler and Sam Jones, better known as Flash Gordon. Let me show you his picture. And let me put our names on the screen and his name. Well, there's our thumbnail image of the night. Yeah. Here is Sam Jones from The Highwaymen.
There he is.
And of course, he's best known as playing, as I just said, Flash Gordon in the 1980 movie. And there's Melanie Anderson, who played Dale Arden in that 1980 movie. And she actually was in Manimal, that we'll talk about briefly. We covered Manimal last week, but I'm going to play the opening of that later today. And that only lasted a couple months. But that was a Glenn A. Larson show. So I want to do a quick follow-up. We talked about Battlestar Galactica, Mikey, last time.
We did.
And I have a slight correction. You mentioned Boxy's robotic pet, and I said his name was Daggett, and his name was Daggett too, but then he was named Moffat. Moffat. And I still have sealed the Mattel Electronics little action figure for him. But anyway, it came up in conversation that it was a chimpanzee performer inside the outfit, and so I dug up some photos to show you.
Oh, there he is. Oh, awesome.
there he is. Those that are listening, I'm showing a picture of basically a chimpanzee monkey inside of this costume from Battlestar Galactica. And here's some more. Look at this.
Oh, nice.
There's 4 different shots of the costume being of the chimpanzee being placed inside the costume.
Yeah. Now, speaking of series, there was a series which featured a chimp on it. Now, I can't quite remember.
Not BJ and the Bear. Are you talking about Lancelot Link, a Saturday morning show?
Lancelot Link. The chimp. That looks like the same chimp that played in that.
It could have been, and it might have been the same chimp from BJ and the Bear, because both were Universal TV shows. I don't know. But
Sure.
So it was definitely a primate that played little Moffat. But all right, so we discussed last time Partners in Crime. I'm going to show the intro to that with Lonnie Anderson and Linda Carter. Of course, Linda Carter was the star of Wonder Woman prior to this show, and Lonnie Anderson for 4 seasons on WKRP in Cincinnati. And we lost her in 2025, unfortunately. But I want to talk about someone else we lost to top the show, to start the show, and that would be Danielle Spencer. Whoops. And you may be asking, those that are listening, who is Danielle Spencer? Well, I'm going to show you a brief clip. And even if you're just listening, I think the music will jog your memory, and those that are watching certainly will know who she is. And this was Danielle Spencer, who was a child performer on this show. What's Happening? She was in seasons 1, 2, and 3, and then in What's Happening Now, she had a semi-regular role in that revival syndicated show from 85 to 1988.
Yeah, it's very sad, but we did lose all 3 of the ladies now. And we are down to Haywood Nelson and also Raj Thomas.
That's right. And it was based on a book, Cooley High, the show What's Happening. I'm going to put a picture of little Danielle Spencer on the screen right now and tell you a little bit about her life. I was really sad because she made such an impression on me as a youngster watching What's Happening in syndication and on ABC when I was really young. Yeah. Danielle Spencer was born Danielle Louise Spencer, and she was born on Thursday, June 24th, 1965 in Trenton, New Jersey, to James and Cheryl Spencer. Her parents separated when she was young, and Spencer considered her mother's next husband, Tim Pelt, to be her father, her biological father, even though he was her adopted father. She grew up in the Bronx, New York, and Spencer became an actress around the age of 8 and began taking acting classes. In 1976, Danielle Spencer was cast as younger sister Dee Thomas on the show What's Happening on ABC TV, which is loosely based on the film Cooley High and the book. The show was a summer mid-season replacement, but performed so well in the time slot that a full season was ordered. On September 6th, 1977, during the production of the second season of the episode Trial and Error, Spencer and her stepfather Tim Pelt were involved in a severe car accident that left Spencer in a coma for 3 weeks and caused her stepfather's death. Pelt's fatal injuries were caused by trying to protect Spencer during the crash. Danielle Spencer had no memories of the accident and spent 6 months recuperating with physical therapy. You know, I'm going to play a clip of her talking about that accident really quickly, if that's all right.
That's totally cool, yeah.
That I had pulled, and this is from OWN, Oprah's network, so hopefully it'll be okay, but she's talking about the crash. Let's watch.
I don't remember the hospital stay. I don't remember almost that entire period. However, you know, of course, it changed my life. I broke my right leg and my left arm. I was in a coma for 3 weeks, and I also broke my pelvis. Fortunately for me, I had the whole summer to heal. All of my broken bones, they healed. And I was right back on the show for that final season.
There you go. That's all I'm going to play about that, because Oprah OWN YouTube channel has the rest of it. It's about 2 minutes long, so I played about half of it. Yeah, it's really sad. I have another piece I'll play on Danielle Spencer in a moment before we get to our main topic of TV shows we remember very fondly that lasted 1 or 2 seasons. But okay, so she had a lot of physical therapy, as you heard her say in her own words. And after the cancellation of What's Happening in 1979, Danielle Spencer and her mother relocated to the Ivory Coast. Upon her return, she attended the University of California, Davis, to earn a degree in veterinary medicine, a pursuit that was encouraged by her late stepfather, Mr. Pelt. As syndicated reruns of the 65 What's Happening episodes had done so well in some markets, eclipsing the show's ratings during its network run even, in 1985, a sequel series was created called What's Happening Now. And again, Danielle Spencer played Dee in various episodes over the sequel's 3-season run while she attended college. She earned a bachelor's degree in marine biology from the University of California in Los Angeles. And while in her sophomore year, she pledged and became a member of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority. After What's Happening Now was canceled in 1988, she earned a doctorate degree in veterinary medicine in 1993 from Tuskegee University Veterinary School in Alabama.
Right.
Like the Tuskegee Airmen. She became a veterinarian in 1996 professionally, and Spencer made occasional acting appearances afterward. In 1997, she portrayed a veterinarian in the hit film As Good as It Gets. She did. And she appeared in Peter Rabbit and the Crucifix in 2001. The cast of What's Happening was honored at the 2006 TV Land Awards, where Danielle Spencer was the co-winner, along with Little House on the Prairie actress Allison Arngrim, who of course played Little Nellie, the brat on Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, and her award was for the character most in need of a timeout. Danielle Spencer released a book about her life as a child star titled Through the Fire, Journal of a Child Star. The book led to renewed interest in Spencer's life and career and led to appearances on shows such as The Wendy Williams Show, talk show, and TV One's hit series Life After and Unsung Hollywood with other former cast members of What's Happening. Cool. And in her personal life, Danielle Spencer married Gary Fields, a marketing manager and her publicist and manager in Marina Del Rey, California in the year 1999. The couple divorced in 2013. In 2014, Danielle Spencer married David L. David, an entrepreneur from New Jersey. She was introduced to by Ernest Lee Thomas, who played her older brother Raj in What's Happening. Sure. In 2004, Spencer experienced balance and chronic pain issues and was diagnosed with spinal stenosis as a result of the injuries from her 1977 car accident. A surgery to correct the problem left her partially paralyzed for 8 months. And Spencer received treatment at the Kessler Institute for Rehabilitation in New Jersey. She credited the institute with giving her life back to her. And in terms of her veterinary career, she started in Santa Clara, California, before moving to Richmond, Virginia in 2014 to be closer to family. In Richmond, she hosted segments about pet care for morning newscasts on WTVR television. In a 2012 interview with People magazine, Spencer credited her own battle with spinal injury and paralysis with changing her perspective on the treatment of animals from simply alleviating their pain to finding the underlying cause of their problems. In 2014, Danielle Spencer was inducted as part of the permanent exhibition of the new National Museum of African American History and Culture. She's the only former child actor who holds this honor. She also became involved in fashion design and debuted her Danny collection line, which was patterned after her own style of dress. Finishing up here, sadly, Danielle Spencer was diagnosed with breast cancer in September 2014. Speaking out for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Spencer told Black America Web that her diagnosis took her by surprise. Quote, "With everything I've been through with the spinal cord injury, I said, I know God is not going to give me another affliction," she said. Quote, "So I was completely shocked when the doctors told me," unquote. Though the news came as a surprise, Danielle Spencer said the disease runs in her family. Quote, "I have a lot of help and support around me," she said, unquote. Spencer stated that she was considering her treatment options with surgery at the top of the list. Quote, I'm trying to get as many options as possible, but it does look like that is what I'm going to do, unquote. Hopefully, after that, there won't be any chemotherapy or radiation involved. In 2018, Spencer underwent emergency surgery to relieve bleeding in her brain, and Spencer sadly died from stomach cancer in Richmond, Virginia on Monday, August 11th, 2025, at the age of 60. Rest in peace, Dr. Danielle Spencer. I have some trivia for you all now. Let me put the camera back up. Oh, it's still oh my gosh, the whole time I thought I had a picture of Danielle up.
No. You're fine.
Meant to have the picture of Danielle Spencer up. Anyway, this one right here. It's okay. I want to play a clip of her, and I have some trivia. Now, you know the answer to this, so this will be more for the chat, and I will look at the chat in a minute. There's a lot of comments that have come in. I'm not trying to neglect the chat. I'll get to that in a moment. But some trivia. What was the snack that Danielle's character, D. Thomas, liked to snack on? It's a food ingredient. That's your hint. You know what it is, Mikey. I know you know, but I want to see if anyone in the chat.
Yeah. I want to see if the chat can get it.
Yeah, as I play this clip of Danielle in her own words on a local station, in her own words rather, talking about her life and her veterinarian practice.
A sassy D on the 70s sitcom What's Happening is how most remember Danielle Spencer David. Off camera, life has had its challenges. The man who introduced her to acting, her stepfather Tim Pelt, was killed in a car accident in 1977. Danielle was in the car. The accident nearly took her life, but Tim shielded her body. Years later, injuries from that accident will lead to paralysis in her legs. Then in 2014, just moving to Richmond 2 years prior, another diagnosis would shake her world.
I came into the room, there were about 5 doctors in there, so that scared the living daylights out of me. And they told me that I had breast cancer.
From doing her own breast self-exam, Danielle felt lumps in her right breast. She had a biopsy and the cancer was confirmed. At VCU Massey Cancer Center, she had the surgery, a preventative double mastectomy. Danielle's decision to also remove her left breast, the healthy one, came months after actress Angelina Jolie stunned the world by removing both of her healthy breasts.
I didn't do it as a result of her. It's just I thought, why do it on one and not the other when it's more than likely going to spread?
Danielle says her disability from the car accident made the process of having surgery and chemo slower. And now it's all starting to sink in that she's cancer-free.
It still is even unbelievable to this day. I can hardly believe that I went through it. The veterinarian has to be certified.
Danielle is a veterinarian in Richmond who often appears on Virginia This Morning. Just recently, she was inducted into the new National Museum of African American History and Culture as the youngest female child in a sitcom.
To be a part of the permanent collection is unbelievable. I mean, you can't even picture it or fathom what it even means years from now.
Wow.
Rest in peace. Oh man.
Rest in peace, Danielle.
And people in the chat did get us correctly. It was peanut butter. So congratulations to Joe Gutfeld and our dear friend Tracy's Fractured History and More. She guessed peanut butter. Joe Gutfeld, our loyal viewer in New York State, also guessed peanut butter. Great job.
Good job, guys.
Cooley High in Chicago. Yep. I watched What's Happening all the time, said Joe Gutfeld before. Yeah, I'm a little bit over my cold, Joe. I sent Joe extended cuts of Superman the movie, a 3-hour and 8-minute version in widescreen, and Superman 2, the Donner cut. Have you seen those versions before, Mikey, of those films?
I've seen that. I've seen Superman 1978 Donner cut also, and I own the original. Well, we own all 4 of the originals.
Cool. So you saw the long version because it was released on Blu-ray. Yeah, I love the long, and it's in widescreen. I love all those extended scenes, especially where, and this was put into a special edition of Superman the movie, this extended scene where Lex Luthor has traps for Superman in the first film of fire and ice and bullets in his lair, his underground lair, before he bursts through the wall. Like in the theatrical version, you just see him spin underground, he burrows underground, and then he's pushing through the wall of Lex Luthor's lair. In between that, he undergoes a series of the gauntlet test from Lex Luthor.
Do you think that's how Dr. Evil got a hold of his underground lair?
Yeah, I know. Well, what was cool was Obviously, it's below Grand Central Station, and there's pinball machines. There's so many interesting parts of that set that you see in the making of Superman the movie that was narrated by Christopher Reeve. It was a primetime ABC TV special, and it's on YouTube, officially from Warner Brothers. And in those shots where it just shows that pans part of the set of Lex Luthor's lair, you see so much more detail that never even made it on camera. It's really intricate. Great set in Pinewood Studios, England.
And Joe Gutfeld has a question for us. He's saying, what famous band appeared on What's Happening?
That would be the Doobie Brothers in a 2-part episode where Rerun was bootlegging.
With Michael McDonald at the time, too. So.
What'd you say, buddy?
With Michael McDonald at the time.
Taking it to the street. Yep, Michael McDonald. Come on, baby.
Taking it to the street. Taking it to the street. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that one. In the plot, Rerun got caught up in a gang that were bootlegging concerts and bootlegging and recording the concerts, and they had him put a tape recorder under a trench coat, under a raincoat, and he got busted. That was a big cliffhanger, like to be continued next week. He's dancing around, and then the tape recorder falls out their front row, and then it stops the concert, stops the show, and Doobie Brothers just look disgustedly like, oh man, Rerun, how could you do this to us? Yeah.
Rerun. Right. I know, man.
I got some clips of Little D, some of her one-liners, just a couple minutes to play, and then we'll move on and talk about memorable TV shows that lasted 1 or 2 seasons or less. But let's reminisce about little Danielle Spencer in What's Happening.
What's happening? Oh, what you do that for?
We thought you were our father.
Dwayne's too young to be your father.
That's funny.
Of course.
I mean the way your body shakes when you laugh. Hello? This is D. Who's that? Yeah? Well, your mama.
Now, please bear with me and just do as you're told.
Yeah, Roger, just do as you are told.
Shut up before I beat your behind.
Now, be quiet, Roger.
Yeah, be quiet, Roger.
Shut up before I beat your behind.
Uh-oh.
What?
Something's burning.
Well, go look in the kitchen.
It's not in the kitchen, it's in here. Found it.
Will you get away from me?
Roger, I'm telling you, you burning and I can smell it. And you gotta burn something.
I don't have a burnt anything. What you smell is my new cologne, Hickory Chip. It has the scent of a warm, low fire and the aroma of autumn.
Yeah? Let me smell it again. I don't care what you say. I think Mama burnt your underwear in the dryer. Oh, should I tell Roger to come downstairs and stop playing dice and say hello?
Is he upstairs playing dice again?
Oh, my. Did I say that?
She was so precocious. I really liked her performance, and we'll miss her. And it's just sad. She made it to 60 years of age. So rest in peace to Dr. Danielle Spencer.
Well, you know, because she's a doctor, too, of veterinary medicine, I have to think that she's up there at Rainbow Bridge with all those dogs and cats and birds and pets that, you know, are that were family to other people. And now she's taking care of them in heaven. So
that's a really sweet thought. I like that. And I choose to believe that too. And hopefully that's the case. I think that's awesome. Rainbow heaven. Absolutely.
Rainbow Bridge. Yeah.
Rainbow Bridge. Awesome. Yep. Doggy and cat heaven and any other pet, even a bunny.
And here comes Danielle Spencer, angel doctor of all pets.
Oh, I bet she saved a lot of animals in her time too. That's awesome.
I'm sure she did. Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about what's happening now later. That's on my list of some of the short-lived shows. But you know what? It might have lasted 3 years.
Well, you said it did last 3 seasons.
It did. I did say that. So that doesn't count, but I can still play a little bit of the opening. And this will be my final What's Happening Danielle Spencer memory. She's not even in these opening credits. There is a version of What's Happening Now from 85 to 88 that shows her in the opening. I couldn't find it. And I have that somewhere in my archives on a flash drive, and I searched, couldn't find it. But I still like this version of the theme. Do you know who did the theme song to What's Happening? The original version and this version in syndication, Mikey?
No, I forgot. I forgot who did the theme.
Henry Mancini, who did the Pink Panther theme. He scored that music.
Oh, yeah, with his Trump. Okay.
Yes. I love that. And I love the scene where Rerun's chasing the bus, at the end of the opening credits, and they're all laughing at him. Anyway, all right, so here is the 1 minute version, the longer version of the syndicated opening for What's Happening Now. There it was.
Yeah. Now, if you recognize one of the names at the end there in the end credits in the opening, Kim Weiskopf also worked on The Facts of Life.
That's right. And Johnson, who played Raj's wife or fiance, she went on to be in The Heat of the Night.
Correct.
With Carol O'Connor. Shot in Covington, Georgia, my state that I'm in right now.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So let's just review. We talked about several. Oh, let me see some comments that have come in here. Yeah, Omar S. He answered the Doobie Brothers. He must be a little bit behind. Yeah, the Doobie Brothers appeared on What's Happening. Very good, Omar. Good to see you. Great to see you. And also, Esmeralda's in the house. She says, I loved the Pink Panther. I did too. The cartoons and the Clouseau, Inspector Clouseau movies with the great Peter Sellers, the late great Peter Sellers.
Yeah, even the last Pink Panther movie, which didn't feature Clouseau, but Clouseau's relative, right, from America.
Yeah.
Do you remember the actor that played in that one?
No, I know Steve Martin played him, and he just turned 80. But I digress. That's not.
That was a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember who played him in the final Pink Panther one?
Someone in chat will know. I can look it up.
Yeah,
I can look that up. Or you know what, Joe Gutfeld, you tell us. Yeah. Joe Gutfeld or Tracy or someone in the chat, let us know. Instead of me looking it up, let's let the chat have something to do.
Ted Was, Omar got it. Yes.
Oh, Ted. Omar, you are the man. You're the man, Omar.
You are the man, Omar. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw
2 S's, but you're good. You got it. Yeah.
Jim Von Spiegel's in the house in Ohio State. Guest Alan Arkin.
Right.
But it was Ted. Ted Was. Very good. Very good. I didn't see that. So you liked it, huh? Obviously, he did a great job as the Pink Panther, Inspector Clouseau.
I think he was as funny. I mean, I got to see all the Pink Panthers, obviously, but I think that final one that Ted Was, we all had. I think we had already lost Peter Sellers, so it was all about a homage to him.
Right.
And they kept the original music, and Ted Was would appear as coming from America, and I think Clouseau's played by Burt Quote was still there, and it was in that last film, and he introduced him, and then he tried to do the and Ted was and it was funny.
And he was the dad in Blossom with Mayim Bialik. Bill
Yes, he
Bixby
was.
directed that show till his untimely death in November of 1993. He sadly died on my birthday, November 21st, 1993.
Oh,
Prostate
that's
cancer.
terrible.
So sad. But and, and of course, the Pink Panther is the thief. Inspector Clouseau is the person looking for the thief. Anyone that doesn't know the Pink Panther movies, I didn't want to, have you think I don't know the difference. I definitely know that the Pink Panther is a diamond as well as a nickname for a thief. But
Yeah. Now the original Pink Panther was David Niven. But
right.
But then it was Robert Wagner, his son, who became the thief after that.
Right on. And I liked Herbert Lom as the happy. He was always having a nervous breakdown and twitching his face.
My favorite is where he flies out the window in a complete wheelchair and everything. And oh my God.
And in Trail of the Pink Panther, I liked, speaking of flying, where he jumped off of his diving board into a swimming pool filled with gelatin, with Jello. Yeah. You remember that shot? That was hilarious.
Yeah.
But
and there was one.
I'm gonna need it to be a policeman. Answer me that.
Yeah, there was one more thief, and it was a woman. Her name was Capuchia, and she was the third one where she is the thief, and she was the one who stole it.
That's
so there
awesome.
was like two guys and one woman that stole the Pink Panther diamond. Yeah.
That was like the second movie I saw in the theater. The first one was one of the Herbie Love Bug movies, the Disney movies, Herbie the Love Bug, and then I saw Return of the Pink Panther with Catherine Schell, who went on to play Maya in Space 1999 season 2.
Correct.
And she was one of the Pink Panther girls. Everyone talks about the Bond girls, but you also had the Pink Panther girls. Several of them.
Well, it's Catherine Schell, who is related to Maximilian von Schell, right?
I don't know if they're related or not. If you might be right. I'm not aware of that. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought they were. Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, and Tracy's saying that Ted was very handsome. Yep.
Yeah, Tracy would. Yeah, Tracy would know. He was bumbling, but he was funny. I have to say though, I did miss terribly Peter Sellers.
God, he died during the production of Trail of the Pink Panther, and so they had to patch it together with what they'd already filmed.
And they covered him up with stuff, right, to hide his face, and that was
right.
cheap, right? Yeah.
And then you get Curse of the Pink Panther after that movie, after he'd been deceased. He died, I think, in 1980, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I saw it for the first time Being There. That's a funny movie starring Peter Sellers, but I digress. That's a
Being There,
really
comedy. That's a good one.
And
of course, everybody loved him in Dr. Strangelove.
Oh, absolutely. Omar gives us an anecdote. You want to read it for everybody, Mikey?
Yeah, sure. Omar says during filming on the Pink Panther, Robert Wagner nearly lost his sight in the bubble bath scene, and bubble bath water got into his eyes, and then he got it restored a few days later. Yeah, I actually heard about that story, because when he went under, he had forgot to close his eyes, and they were wide open when he went under. And that's all. That's not improv. Well, it is improv, but it's all happening at the moment that he goes through it, and then they had to, fix the problem. And I like.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just reading what Joe said. I saw the Pink Panther film, which Peter Sellers that he died during filming. Yes.
Trail of the Pink Panther. I liked at the end they showed sort of bloopers and best of moments during the end credits. They would do that a lot with Burt Reynolds movies of the 80s and late 70s. I love when they would show the gag reel stuff.
Oh yeah, well, especially the Cannonball Run and Cannonball Run 2 gag reels.
Oh dear.
And actually, here's a true story. They said the Cannonball Run 2 gag reels, the bloopers, were more fun than the second movie. But in the first movie, both the Cannonball Run with Sir Roger Moore and everybody else, and Jackie Chan, of course, were so good that they said, let's go ahead and do a blooper reel. And so they put that in. It was great. But that only worked on the second one.
Excellent. So let's see. Where did we leave off? Now, last time we talked about Jerry Anderson's UFO, but I want to mention this. We talked about Herbert Lom. Did you know he was in a movie that was released by the Andersons. It was called Doppelganger in Europe, and it's called Journey to the Far Side of the Sun in the US. And it was a sci-fi show about an alternate universe, like a mirror universe of the Earth. It starred Roy Thinnis after The Invaders was canceled with his real life wife at the time, Lynn Loring, and Herbert Lom played a spy. And it was a really well done movie by Jerry and Sylvia Anderson right before production of UFO. Anyway, so we talked about UFO, we talked about Space 1999, and I think it's great that there's talk about putting a nuclear reactor on the moon in reality. And there's going to be a moon base, hopefully within our lifetimes, on the moon. And you know what? I was talking to someone today, a good friend, and they said they better name it Alpha, just like they named the Enterprise. The first space shuttle was named the Enterprise after the Star Trek USS Enterprise. I think it should be named Alpha. I doubt that'll happen, but you never know, because a lot of these people that are geniuses, they grew up on the sci-fi stuff. I mean, look at all the inventions that came out of Star Trek, like the flip phone was the communicator, yada, yada, yada. There were a lot of things that came out of Star Trek.
And I really think it should be called Moonbase Alpha, but I'd call it Moonbase Alpha 2.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just to kind of like, maybe not get into the actual, and maybe something will happen, I don't know. It's weird. Oh, yes, tomorrow is the anniversary of Elvis Presley and Babe Ruth's deaths.
August 16th. August 16th, 1977. I will never forget. I was a little kid. My babysitter just started crying, and I didn't know what was the situation. And she was very, very upset. I'll never forget that. I was like 5 or 6 years old.
So he was 42 when he passed away. Is that correct?
Yep. I'll confirm.
He was 42.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, because if we go and add what we have today, which is another 4, then he would have been 84 years old today if he had lived up to this point.
Wow.
He'd be 84.
Unbelievable. Unfriggin' believable. He was born January 8th, 1935 in Mississippi. And then he died, of course, on August 16th, 1977. I like Speedway. 42 years of age. You nailed it. Died in Memphis, Tennessee at Graceland. I like Speedway, a movie he did. It's not one of his best, but I like that because Bill Bixby's in it. I'm a big fan of Bill Bixby, and they made a good team, I thought. On the Speedway. I love that.
Yeah, but my all-time favorite of Presley's is Blue Hawaii. And after I'd seen Blue Hawaii a number of times, my parents finally took me to the Hawaiian Islands 2 years in a row. And 1 year we stayed in Kauai, and the other year we stayed in Oahu.
That's my favorite island, the Garden Isle, Kauai. I've been there twice, been to Hawaii 3 times. That's my favorite, but I've never been to Maui, to be fair, because of the shark attacks. I always stayed away. I heard there's more shark attacks in Maui.
Well, then they had the villages that burned on Maui, right? Remember they had those wildfires?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I stayed, by the way, Kauai, I mean, nobody cares, but between you and me, I stayed at the Princeville Resort company condo. I was working for Crystal Springs, owned by Suntory, a Japanese whiskey company. And all you had to do is pay a cleanup fee and cover your airfare, and you could stay there without paying a fee. And it was awesome, right on the golf course of the Princeville Resort. Stayed there twice. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, we stayed at the that private it's a timeshare community. I think it's Popal Beach or it's something like that. But my favorite memory there was seeing the guy who stood in for Pierce Brosnan in the opening of Die Another Day, Laird Hamilton, who was his stand-in to do the surfboarding over in Maui there on the waves with the other two, South Koreans. And what was great was he was there with his then girlfriend at the time, Gabby Reese, who played for the U.S. volleyball team.
Beautiful lady, great athlete too. Yeah.
Yeah, and here is Laird. This is so funny. They're outside. They're just outside of our timeshare, and he's trying to teach her how to surfboard, to bodyboard. Just to and she's freaking out. And they're only in a little bit of water. One of my favorite memories. But I knew it was Gabby right away. I recognized her, So
wow, one of my favorite memories was making love with the woman I was in the condo, and a lady golfer smashing out a window and scaring the heck out of me. What was that?
Do you know what lady golfer that was, though? Was it a professional one?
What's that?
Was it an LP? Was it a professional LPGA?
I don't know if it was a professional golfer. I think it was just. I think it was just a vacationer on the resort. I don't know, but they smashed out one of the windows at the condo. It scared the.
Oh wow!
The Jesus.
And Tracy is the courtship of Eddie's father. Is where I first saw Bill Bixby. Yes.
Yeah, and Esmeralda in Washington State says Bigsby, the Hulk from the TV show. Yes, Dr. David Banner to be specific. Lou Ferrigno, of course, was the Hulk, but you are correct. And I liked him in The Magician. That's a show. Hey, that wasn't on my list. It lasted 1 year. The Magician was a good show from 1971, I think, starring Bill Bixby. Have you heard of The Magician?
I did watch a few episodes of it. That only lasted a year, didn't it?
It did. And he was a real magician. Bill Bixby dabbled in magic. So,
he went one time, he performed at the Magic Shop, right? The big place there in Hollywood. Yeah. The Magic Castle, that was it. Yeah, so he could do tricks and things too. You know, he was very highly talented at that. Bill Bixby. Yeah, he also hosted the Elvis Files, correct. He did talk about the Elvis Conspiracy and the Maryland Files. Yes, all 3 shows. Yeah, I know they're available. I've seen them. I have seen them.
We can't forget My Favorite Martian. That was his first big show.
Of course, with Wade Woolston. How did we forget that? Oh, come on.
That one lasted 3 years, though, so it doesn't make our list.
No, it doesn't, unfortunately. But rest in peace, Ray Woolston and Bill. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Hand, right? In Fast Times at Ridgemont High? I don't know. Where, let me see here. The Magician. It started on October 2nd, 1973 on NBC as a 1-hour show airing Tuesday nights from 9 to 10. Starred Bill Bixby as Anthony Blake. And Melinda Fee was in the show. She was an attractive actress. I saw her in Lost in Space.
We saw her with Melinda Fee, by the way, was one of the actresses who played a fembot on Fembots in Las Vegas.
That's right. She was
from the Bionic Woman. Yes.
That's right. And
that was Melinda Fee. Yes.
That's right. September 1977, 2-part episode. That's right. And she was in Lost in Space, Space Circus in 1966, correct, as well as many other things. But it says here, The Magician. Earlier in his life, stage magician Tony Blake had spent time in prison for a crime that he did not commit. Prison had been particularly distasteful experience for the man of his background and had left him with a strong sense of concern for personal freedom and individual rights. Once released, he put his talents as an illusionist and escape artist to use, helping people in danger and preventing crimes. Syndicated columnist and novelist Max was a close friend of Tony's and was often responsible for bringing him cases. Max's paraplegic son, Dennis, although confined to a wheelchair, also became involved in the cases, as did Jerry Wallace, the pilot of Tony's private airliner called the Spirit. When the series moved to Monday nights in January 1974, Tony had taken up residence at Hollywood's famous Magic Castle, where many of the most renowned magicians in the world performed, and some of them were seen on the show. The magic acts by Blake were also genuine. Bill Bixby was himself an amateur magician. The Magician.
Yes, he was. That's very cool. So that was only one. How many total episodes for one season?
Let's see. It might have only lasted. I used to have the pilot on 16 millimeter film. Like an idiot, I sold it and had good color and everything. I sold it a few years ago.
Darn it!
I
Why
know.
did you do that, Chance? Why did you do that?
I don't know. At least I have the Fantasy Island pilot, which Bill Bixby is in, with
yes.
Victoria Principal. All right, The Magician. Let's see.
Yeah.
The Magician lasted for. There are 21 episodes, including the pilot. So there's 21 shows airing from October 2nd, 73 to April 15th, 74. No, you're fine. There's a 2-hour pilot. Okay, check that. There's 22 episodes. There's 21 1-hour episodes, and then there's a 2-hour pilot, which aired on March 17th, 1973 as a TV movie. And then it was a weekly series after March 17th, 73 on October 2nd, 73, with the episode titled The Manhunters. Yeah. I should have pulled that opening. Maybe I will before the end of the show.
Alrighty.
Hey to Lance in
Lance Chafin?
Missouri.
Yeah.
Missouri
hey,
State.
How you doing? The Show Me State. Yes.
That's right.
Welcome,
Yeah,
welcome there, Lance.
he's out there in Kansas City. Kansas
Yeah.
City, Missouri.
But
All right,
by the way, Lance, I found out a very interesting fact today. I found out that it's the Missouri River, not the Mississippi, which is the longest river in the United States. A lot of people get that wrong, but it is actually the Missouri River is the longest.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
So you have the longest river in all of the United States there, Lance.
Yep. So last time we talked about The Highwaymen, we talked about UFO or UFO by Jerry and Sylvia Anderson, Space 1999. We talked about The Prisoner, and then we talked about Top Cat on ABC, the primetime cartoon show. Talked about the Jetsons.
Did I mention the other series that Jerry Anderson did, like, those puppets? We call them the puppetry series. Like they got
Thunderbirds.
90, Thunderbirds.
Fireball XL5.
yeah. That's the other one I couldn't remember, but yeah. And Team World Police, which had that movie that Jerry worked on too. So,
see, they were known for working with puppets and marionettes. And UFO was the first show where they featured live actors. Jerry and Sylvia.
Live action, right? Shadow
First
UFO.
live show. You're right. They've done all of those shows like Fireball XL5, and those have been airing on MeTV in the wee hours of Saturday into Sunday morning. I think at 6 or 7 a.m. I don't know if they're still running, but they were running. I thought that was cool.
Shout Studios, which works on YouTube, has been showing recently Thunderbirds episodes, and they were showing Joe 90. So
very cool. Yeah,
very cool.
I love that. So we talked about Top Cat. We talked about the Jetsons just to get caught up. We talked about the Time Tunnel by Irwin Allen, which lasted only 1 year, 30 episodes. Yep. Talked about Gidget, which lasted one season. Talked about the Addams Family. We talked about the Munsters. We talked about The Girl from U.N.C.L.E., which is a spinoff of The Man from U.N.C.L.E., which only lasted 1 year. The Girl from U.N.C.L.E. did.
And we talked about, we didn't talk about The Greatest American Hero because that lasted 3 seasons. But the pilot show, The Greatest American Heroine, only lasted that 1 episode.
That's right.
And it brought over Culp and Kat and Celica from the original series. That came out in 1987 on NBC. They were going to possibly do it as a series, but they used it as a summer replacement. And that's, because it's weird because that pilot was lumped into also the Highwayman 2-part pilot episode, and they decided to go with the Highwaymen and left out The Greatest American Heroine because they didn't think it would work. So that's an interesting true story.
Yes, it is, and it wasn't very good. That one episode with the American Heroine, it wasn't very good.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find. Lance brought up a good one that was on my list. 1970s, I think 1977, Holmes and Yo-Yo, a comedy about a robot.
Oh, yeah. That was John Schneider, who plays a robot.
John Shuck.
Shuck. Right. Who was the Klingon ambassador. He says there will be no peace as long as Kirk lives.
Correct.
Yes.
In Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home. That was he played the Klingon. Absolutely. Yeah. By the way, I'm glad we could do this on a slow news day, this Podblast. Nothing going on in the world right now. Anyway,
no, there's nothing happening.
Nothing's happening.
But don't jinx it. If my thing goes off, I'll have to mute myself for a little bit because people here tend to want to.
I know. I hear
you.
I don't want to the show. I don't want to. But Holmes and Yo-Yo, it aired from September 28th, 1976, until December 11th, 1976. It only lasted a couple months, and it starred John Shuck. And also, as you said, Richard B. Shull, who played Detective Alexander Holmes. And then the robot was John Shuck, who played Gregory, quote unquote, Yoyonovic. And then Bruce Kirby in the cast and Andrea Howard. Bruce Kirby, his son was Bruno Kirby.
Oh, wow. Bruno?
Yeah. Oh, cool. They did a Columbo together in the 70s.
Nice.
Go ahead.
I was just reading Esmeralda saying Lance Chafin. Is it Chafin or Chaffin? Please correct me if I'm saying it wrong, Lance. Okay, I don't want to get it wrong. But just got over some kind of flu, but doing okay now. Thanks for asking. Thank
Oh,
you,
bless
Esmeralda.
you.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
I've been under the weather as well for about a week. So, man, keep getting well, Esmeralda. Keep drinking those fluids.
That's good.
Automan. Yep. Automan's a good one.
Yeah, we talked about. Yep, we did.
We sure did.
Oh,
Shaft.
and then the Shaft television series. And they kept the music. They kept Isaac Hayes' Shaft theme in that. So that was great. Yeah. But that didn't last long.
Misfits of Science, says Lance. God, you're going so fast. You're going so fast. I haven't finished talking about Holmes and Yo-Yo, but I guess I'm done because it was billed as a revival of the classic two-man comedy Team. And the producer was Leonard Stern. Okay, well, we can leave it at that.
Well, but whoa, now you just said Leonard Stern. The series I'm covering right now, Get Smart. Remember Dick Gautier playing Hide Me the Robot. So you understand where the yo-yo for John Shuck came from. Leonard Stern said, well, why can't we have a police precinct which has a robot like Get Smart of Control had a robot? Which was Dick Gautier. So, rest in peace.
That's right.
So when you said Leonard Stern, I said, oh, wait. Yep, he created Get Smart. He created along with Mel Brooks, Buck Henry, and then he went on and did this Holmes and Yo-Yo thing, which took right from Get Smart. Except it was right.
That's right. I want to play one we talked about last time, cliffhangers that you weren't real familiar with. I'm just going to play a 30-second promo for that.
Oh yeah,
I
go ahead.
See this because I really like this show a lot, and there were 3 different stories. If I can find it, I thought I'd pulled that up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right here. Let me just load her up.
Yeah.
Pull that up here. Because there was a Dracula storyline, and there was an espionage storyline, and there was a time travel Western storyline, which you'll see in this 30-second promo. It's coming up right now. And unfortunately, as I mentioned last time in part 1 of our tribute to TV shows that are memorable that lasted only 1 or 2 years, it was up against the powerhouse on ABC of Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley. And this show was on NBC opposite that. But check out this promo for Cliffhangers. Oh, it's 1 minute long.
Cliffhangers. 3 continuing action-packed stories in one show. First, The Secret Empire. Marshal Jim Donner rides out of the past right into the future and discovers a secret city beneath the earth, filled with wonders and packed with thrills, far beyond the dreams of mortal men. A city ruled by an evil emperor whose one goal is to control all mankind. Next, a beautiful newspaper reporter travels the globe to uncover a plot which will end the world. But when this ring of master spies finds she's hot on their trail, all they want to do is stop Susan Williams. Then it's Dracula 79. The Prince of Darkness has returned to cast his spell upon the unwary. But the evil Count will never rest in peace, for Kurt and Mary have sworn to end his immortal reign. Can goodness triumph, or will Dracula rule the day? Watch Tuesday on NBC. They don't call them cliffhangers for nothing.
I loved it. And you saw so many actors. Susan Anton played Susan Williams, and you saw Mark Leonard, who played Sarek in Star Trek, as well as a Klingon and a Romulan over the years of the original Star Trek.
And who played, do you remember who it was that played Dracula in Dracula 79? He looked really familiar. Yeah. I can't remember the life of me. I am so sorry about that, folks.
That's okay.
I don't know everything.
Got it right here, man. And you notice the black actor, he was the actor in a Great Incredible Hulk season 5 episode titled Slaves. He enslaved some white folks to dig for gold, including an actress played by Faye Grant, a character played by Faye Grant, who went on to be hired by Kenneth Johnson.
Michael Nuri. Thank you.
Yeah. There you go.
Omar's on top of it today. I'm telling you, Chance.
This
Omar's
guy's
really on top of it right now.
Really bright, really bright. And he's so good. He's a good writer. He likes to write biographies when, unfortunately, talent pass away that we grew up on. And that's it. I couldn't recall his name. Good job. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Chance, I got to step away for 1 minute. I will be right back.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Here, I'll take. All right. There we go. Let me make myself big and talk about some of these other shows. All right. I guess nature called. Okay. So last time, let me just talk about, let me look at my script where we left off. Oh, yeah. So we talked about cliffhangers, and the last thing I'll say about cliffhangers is that storyline about Dracula did get resolved, where he was killed. That was the only one of the three that got resolved before the show was canceled. They were going to replace that cliffhanger of Dracula 79 with another story, but then the show went off the air. And Kenneth Johnson was on my show, The Nostalgic Podblast, the show you're listening to or watching right now, a couple of years ago, and that is in the archives if you want to check out my interview. In fact, I'll link it. Anyone watching on YouTube, after this live broadcast, I will link the interview with Kenneth Johnson. He didn't want to talk about cliffhangers. I asked him before he went live about that, and he says, well, that one wasn't terribly successful, so let's talk about the things people know about. And I said, fair enough. So he didn't really elaborate on that, but he did talk about creating the Incredible Hulk for television, adapting it from the Stan Lee and Jack Kirby 1962 comic book to the small screen in 1977. He talked about creating the Bionic Woman. He talked about V, the original miniseries. He talked about his new book, Home's Coming, which is a time travel story trying to track down Jack the Ripper through the ages of time. And he's just really spry. He's in his 80s, but you would think he was in his 40s. I swear. I mean, he has so much energy and he's on the ball. He's just a really, really great guy. And I would love to work for him one day. If he ever directs anything, I joked, I said, would you please hire me to act in one of your shows? Can I audition for you, please? Hopefully he'll come out of retirement. And of course he's writing, but hopefully he'll do some television. All right. So we also talked last time about The Ropers, which is a spinoff of Three's Company. It lasted for 1.5 seasons on ABC, but I don't think I mentioned this. It started March 13th, 79, running until May 22nd, 1980. And it was a hit at first. It was a top 10 show at the end of the 1978-79 season. It came in at number 8 in the Nielsen ratings of the top 100 shows. And that was during season 3 of Three's Company. Season 1 was a mid-season replacement. It started in March of 1977. There were only 6 episodes in season 1 of Three's Company, and then it was picked up for a full season when the ratings took off, thanks in large part to Suzanne Summers' sex appeal. She was a sex symbol. But The Ropers originally was on Tuesday night from 10 to 10:30, the same night as Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley, a winning night for ABC network television in the ratings. And then ABC execs moved The Ropers to Saturday night against Chips on NBC in Chips' heyday 3rd season, and that crashed the ratings for Three's Company. It got a bad rap. People said, oh, The Ropers wasn't very good. I thought it was really funny. I like those characters, and they brought The Ropers back in Night of the Ropers episode of Three's Company in season 6 of Three's Company. Jeffrey Tambor, who later did the Larry Sanders Show, starred as Jeffrey Brooks III. And his wife was played by Patty McCormack, who, as a child actor, starred in the Bad Seed movie, and she played his wife, Anne. And they were the next-door neighbors to the Ropers in their townhouse.
Right.
And there you have it. Oh, you're back. You're back. You're back.
Oh, yeah, I'm back. Yeah. I have returned. Yes, you were right. Nature calls. I call it man business. Just a weird meme. Yeah, let me see. Omar says John Hancock. He was in the Incredible Hulk episode. He made a guest appearance on Family Ties, and he also played a new neighbor to the Keaton family from Family Ties. Right. Yeah, his home was vandalized.
He's the actor from the Hulk episode Slaves I was talking about, and he has really good dimples. He has really good skin and dimples. If you ever see a picture of John Hancock, the actor, not the person that signed the Declaration of Independence.
Long time ago, and
he's an actor, right? Way back in the day. Way back in the day. He was a man. He's an actor of color. He's a great actor. I don't know whatever happened to him. I need to look him up. But I thought he was really scary in that Hulk episode. God. Oh,
hey, if you'd like me to, I could check him on IMDb.
Please do. Yeah, please. I hope he's still with us.
I certainly will.
He will be my. I'll make him my character actor of the week. That's a segment I haven't done in a while. So John Hancock is my character actor of the week, and I will be quiet and defer to what you have to say.
There he is. Okay. Yes, unfortunately, we did lose John back in 1992. He was both an actor and a director. And yes, he was on that Hardcastle and McCormick series, which lasted 3 seasons. That's just one of the things he did. He was born March 4th, 1941. He died October 12th, 1992. He was only 51 years old. And he died in L.A., and he was born in Hazen, Hazen, Arkansas.
Oh my God, like the police department on Patrol Live, but I digress. Continue.
Yeah, and he was known for The In-Laws in 1979. He was in Airplane 2, the sequel, where he was one of the airport tower guys in 1982, and The Bonfire of the Vanities in 1990. He is also known for, A Soldier's Story in 1984. He played Sergeant Washington in that. So,
I'll be
and
doggone.
he played a reverend. He was a reverend in The Bonfire of the Vanities. That's right. Reverend Bacon.
What did he direct? Do you mind looking at his director list really quickly?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hold on for just a sec there. Okay. Yeah, it says he only directed one episode of Lady Blue, which was a TV series from 1986. And the episode he directed was season 1, episode 11, called Scorpio's Sting. That was the one thing that he directed. He was a director for one series. It says.
I love having you as a guest co-host because you can pick up the gaps when I'm trying to research something. I'm trying to pull up a clip of the next show I want to talk about that we did talk about last week. Mm-hmm. It was a spinoff of BJ and the Bear called The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo.
Yeah, The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo, which had Atkins right in it. Came back.
Claude Akins.
Akins. I call him Atkins. Atkins, tomato. Let's call him hopefully.
And he did the Amco endorsements. AA MCO. And he had that great voice. And I like Mills Watson, who played the bungling brother-in-law to his character, Perkins. Officer Perkins. And he had Brian Kerwin also in the cast. But I liked in season 2, because I live in Atlanta, they took the show to Atlanta, Georgia from the rural fictional Orly County. And I want to play the opening credits to season 2 of The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo, which simply named Lobo, was retitled Lobo for season 2. Because I like they do a cover. There's a cover version of Georgia on My Mind.
Yeah.
Just find that, load that up. All right, it's going right now. I just want to play this.
All right.
And it definitely lasted only 2 seasons, but it's extremely memorable. And I remember I liked Perkins. He was my favorite character, the bald actor, and I got his autograph. He retired. He lives in Oregon State, Mills Watson, and he sent me a free autograph not too long ago. He had a couple catchphrases. He was always at odds with Bertie, the good-looking deputy who actually was a good cop. And he always would say one of his catchphrases was, "I'm going to get that boy." And he'd always try to sabotage his coworker. Then another thing was they had Candy Loving, who was Playmate of the Year 1979, I think. Yeah, 1979 in an episode. And that started, I think, where when you see a pretty girl or he'd have lust in his heart, and he was married to a really unattractive tall woman, he'd go, "Ooh, wee." Kind of a dumb little thing. But here's the opening to season 2 of Lobo.
Idea. Well, you don't mean... That's right. We'll see if this Sheriff Lobo can do for Atlanta what he's done for Orly. Georgia. The whole day through. Just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Georgia, I said Georgia, put song on you. Now go sweet and clear like moonlight through the pine. Yeah. Oh, other arms reach out to me. Other eyes smile so tenderly. They're in peaceful dreams I see. I feel the road lead back to you. Hey, I said Georgia, yeah, my Georgia, the whole night through. Hey, just an old sweet song keeps my Georgia on my mind. Yeah.
something? It's got to be the biggest day of my life. And the happiest day in mine. To be given an honor like this after all my years of dedicated service just shows what hard work and honest toil will do for you.
Not to mention blind luck. If I hadn't wiped out the governor's limo, we'd still be back.
Perkins! If those words ever pass through your chubby cheeks again, I will personally rip off your lips and feed them to a dog.
Georgia, yeah, Georgia, the whole night through. Just an old sweet song, Georgia.
That building's bigger than downtown Orleans.
I bet it's just filled with secretaries, too.
Imagine running a whole department like this. Wow.
Sheriff, I was thinking, first impressions being so important, maybe it'd be best if you had your meeting with the chief on your own.
So there's a little look at Lobo, and you could see like old time Atlanta. You saw a MARTA bus there. You saw the future CNN Center there. That would have been shot in summer of 1980, way back in 1980.
And I recognized a few names there that worked on the A-Team. Frank Lupo, one of the writers, along with Stephen J. Cannell. You also had Joe Swirling Jr., who worked on this series and also on A-Team. And, of course, one of our chatters just did mention that John Hancock was in an episode of the A-Team. Yes, he was. So, you guys are the best. You chatters are awesome.
Definitely. I'm trying to find my autograph of him. But, maybe you can speak to this. George Peppard, you brought up the A-Team, and I meant to mention this last week.
Yeah.
Maybe I did. Refresh my, because I haven't rewatched or reheard the show since we were live because I've been sick and whatnot and busy. But George Peppard was on Password Plus, and he ticked off the executives. I think I did mention that anecdote. But would you? I think do you have another story? That's right. I remember now. You did talk about how he really butted heads with the network executives and producers. Do you have any other George Peppard story you didn't share that you know of? While I look for this autograph.
But just recently I watched on YouTube, there was this segment saying about 20 things you didn't know about A-Team. And of course, they one of the things I found out, which I knew happened, but I didn't know how it happened. But Tim Dunnigan, who played Faceman Templeton Peck in the very first pilot episode, was immediately replaced. They said he didn't look good enough to be a former Vietnam vet as part of, a Soldiers of Fortune. And so one of the producers recommended Dirk Benedict because he had just finished doing, Galactica a few years prior. And they got him. And then, then what they did is they spliced together the pilot episode with the very first episode and made it the very first episode of the series, blending in Dirk Benedict's role. So that was one thing I found out about. Also, I also found out that when they had Melinda Kulea, who was in the first season as Amy Amanda Allen, try to say that 3 times fast. And then you had Maria Heasley, who played Tanya Baker in the second season. Well, there was this thing between Peppard and Mr. T. They always had been butting heads with each other throughout the whole series. But it was Peppard, who supposedly is a ladies' man. He was the one who was saying we should institute like a He-Man Woman Haters Club. And as soon as both those ladies were done with their seasons, that was it. That was it. But then afterwards, back in season 4, that's when everything went south. Season 4. And I knew that. And in the middle of the season, there was this episode called Cowboy George, which featured Boy George. Now, I don't blame him because I love Boy George's music, Culture Club, right? Love the music. There was an episode called Cowboy George, and he was playing guitar, but his Culture Club was in the middle of a cowboy town. And I think it was those kinds of plots that just kind of like getting ridiculous. And either the writers were just getting bored or something was happening. Then you had Eddie Velez, who played Frankie Santana, who came in when they had the 3 episodes, which we call Trial by Fire, but only one of those episodes was called that. That was the second one. But in that, you had Stockwell, played by the great Robert Vaughn from Man from U.N.C.L.E. And then you had Eddie Velez. Well, Eddie Velez, to this day, is considered the Oliver of the A-Team. He brought down number 5 season, and that was it. And Without Reservations was basically a cliffhanger episode, because after, well, I don't want to give any spoilers. If anybody wants to see Without Reservations, it's the final, it's season 5, episode 13. Check it out. It's available on YouTube. You'll find out that it was a cliffhanger episode because they never brought A-Team back after that, and that was it. So they just got tired. Yeah.
Well, I did find the autograph of Mills Watson. I found something else I wanted to show you last time. You asked me about Jennifer Darling, who played the Fembot, in my autograph when I met her in Burbank in summer 27. There it is.
Yeah, there she is.
And, Richard Anderson's autograph, but he's deceased, so unfortunately I can't have him sign this. But hopefully the Fembot there, Sandra Gempel, stunt woman who's still working in the business, I could get her autograph. We signed some other stuff, but there's Jennifer Darling.
There's Jennifer Darling, yeah. Poor Callahan. Yeah, poor Callahan. Now, she was replaced twice. And
by a Fembot.
The interesting thing is her first Fembot of her, that was the one that was sitting in the chair in the beginning episode of Fembots in Las Vegas, came back to life and revived and then went out. So yes.
Oh, and there's Kenneth Johnson. That's when I met him in Burbank in 07. That's at a banquet dinner. There I am, my little fat face. But there's that.
Well, you look great now, buddy.
Mills Watson. There's his autograph. No way.
And you know what? Wasn't there a show? I don't know if it was this show or another show or a movie he did where they asked him to shave off his mustache and he refused.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. I forget what it was though. Maybe anybody in the chat know if it was a movie or TV show Mills did, and they asked him initially to shave his mustache, but he was known for that. So, yes, by the way, Mills Watson did do an episode of A-Team as well.
And he appeared in a Fall Guy without his mustache in season 5 towards the end of that run.
Oh, he shaved it for Fall Guy? I didn't know that.
He did. That was in 1985, late 85, early 86. I want to show this. This is for Joe Gutfeld. I'm getting off topic. We'll get back to TV shows that lasted 1 or 2 seasons or less, but this is a cut scene from Superman, the movie that's on the Blu-ray I sent him. At the very end of the movie, he has strung up Miss Tessmacher to be devoured by creatures he has in the pit, which is not in the theatrical cut, these creatures. And that's after Superman saves Miss Tessmacher and he's foiled and he's playing the piano and he just lays down his head in despair. And that is on the Topps card, Series 2 Topps cards. I loved when they had bonus scenes. That's an extended scene.
Yeah.
From Superman, the movie, with Miss Tessmacher, played by Valerie Perrine, who's still alive. Unfortunately, Gene Hackman, of course, is gone. But
and she was also in Cannonball Run, where she said to the 2 ladies in their supercar, she said, "How's it going, hot pants?"
That's right. There's the late, great Richard Donner.
There he is. Hey, okay, I have a trivia question for the chat. All right. In Superman 1978, she tells you where her mother lives. I need the town, and I need the state that one of the missiles was going to head for.
Oh, I know.
And Superman went there first to save her mother, Miss Tessmacher. Yeah.
No, Gutfeld, if you don't get this, I'm gonna be very disappointed. You know the answer to that.
I have the answer.
Yes. And then we'll get back on track with TV.
Okay, sound good.
He got it.
Yes, Joe got it. Hackensack, New Jersey.
Please,
awesome.
Mikey. Read the answer, Mikey, please.
Yeah.
For the listeners, read the answer.
Hackensack, New Jersey is correct. Yes.
Hackensack, New Jersey.
Yes. Very good, Joe.
And it's the XK-101 Rockets.
Yes.
And in the Donner cut of Superman 2, that's what freed the villains in the Phantom Zone.
That's right. Well, yeah, when they gathered all the missiles together. Yeah.
It wasn't a bomb on, I shouldn't say that word. That's a key word. It's going to flag my stream. But there's the Phantom Zone, by the way. But it wasn't the Paris. It wasn't the BOMB in an elevator in Paris that we saw in the Richard Lester version of Superman 2.
Right.
Originally is written by Mario Puzo, who wrote The Godfather books 1 and 2. It was the XK-101 rocket that freed the villains. Oh, right. And it was also shown in the extended scene that the villains are spinning closer to Earth. It shows the little starship with baby Superman whizzing past the villains in their Phantom Zone. That was cut in the theatrical version.
Yes, it was. But I did get to see the Donner cut of Richard Donner cut of Superman, and it's fantastic.
It sure is. And they even did a little tribute to it in the new Superman movie. In the scene, the breakfast for dinner scene in Superman 2025, the outfit that Clark is wearing in Lois's apartment, or is it Clark's apartment? I can't remember which, but they're having breakfast for dinner. He's wearing the outfit that Chris Reeve as Kal-El wears when he depowers, or when he's about to depower, so he can make love to Lois Lane in the Fortress of Solitude. Remember, it was it's like a solid white with the sleeves rolled up, Oxford shirt with slacks. It was the same outfit. I think that was an Easter egg nod to Christopher Reeve.
It was an Easter egg homage to Reeve. Yes, David Cornsett. I recognized the outfit right away. But
I did too, because he inserts the crystal wearing that outfit, and then Jor-El appears in the Donner cut, played by Marlon Brando. They had to cut him from Superman 2 because Brando demanded more money when Superman the movie was so successful back in the day, and the producers said, "Wait a minute, we had a deal, we had a contract," and he worked for 14 days for over $1 million back in 1977. That was a huge chunk of change. Still is today.
What was he? Yeah, but you know, I think he was overpaid for that. I mean, when he did Apocalypse Now, I mean, you know, as Colonel Kurtz, who was psychotic. You know, I thought he got paid less for that, didn't he? Did he get paid less or more?
Yeah, I think so. He did, and he didn't even memorize his lines. In the making of Superman the movie I referenced earlier, hosted by Christopher Reeve, which is on YouTube, it was an ABC TV special. He tries to explain away. He goes, "There's nothing more boring than someone that's not spontaneous." He goes, "I like the spontaneity of," and then he just explains away. Really, he just didn't want to memorize lines, I assume. And Chris Reeve really had disdain for that about Marlon Brando, that he wouldn't memorize his lines when he's paid so much money. And there'd be cue cards all over the set, like the Krypton set. And he's just reading them. He's just reading them, reading the speech. Anyway.
Right.
That's right. And in the Donner cut, Lois and Clark had sex before he gave up his powers. Yeah, I guess because Lois Lane is wearing Superman's shirt. It's implied, but we don't see it. We don't see it. That's right before he depowers. And what I love is there's that one interaction between Marlon Brando and Margot Kidder in that cut scene where his disembodied head gives her like a look of total disgust. And that just gives me chills every time. Anyway.
Yeah. And of course, don't forget that when they had the Superman Returns with Brandon Routh playing the role, we know what their intermingling in the Fortress of Solitude created the child.
The child. And he was a deadbeat dad in Superman Returns. He left the earth, for goodness sakes, for like 6 years.
Was for 5 years. Dumb dad.
Crazy. But I believe that they were just having foreplay. And that's why she had the super shirt on. Maybe. I don't think, because I mean, listen, I'm not trying to be graphic here, but I think just because of his powers, I think literally he has to depower. He might like cut her in half. I'll just leave it at that. I mean, we're talking fiction here. This isn't reality. So who knows what the laws of physics are? It's all fiction. Anyway, I don't know. But then again, the evil, I've said this before, the evil Superman in Superman 3 didn't depower when he got with Lorelei Ambrosia. Remember when he rescues her from the Statue of Liberty? The evil Superman, he just goes to town.
He just went on her, man. That was it.
He went down.
He
literally looked like he went down. Yeah, that was. Sorry, guys. Sorry, there's ladies in the audience.
Daddy? Yikes! Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's
Champ,
we should get back on.
What's next on your list? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for reeling me in. We talked about Bosom Buddies, so we don't have to go there. Hello, Larry. We talked about the disastrous spinoff of Different Strokes. Right. Where that very successful show MASH, I can't believe, and we're going to talk about After MASH. That's on my list later. I'm going to play a clip from After MASH. Yeah. But McLean Stevenson quit that hit show, and he could have gone on and on and on. And every show that he ever attempted failed after he left MASH. Hello Larry was probably the most successful. It only lasted a season and a half. So we talked about that. I want to mention quickly a game show that lasted 1 year, hosted by Alex Trebek from 1976 to 77, Double Dare.
Not
to be confused with Double Dare that I think was hosted by
That was the Nickelodeon network had a Double Dare.
And I think it was hosted by was hosted by the second host of Family Feud. Help me out. I'm having a brain toot.
Okay, it wasn't Richard Dawson.
No, it was the guy
that other guy.
Ray Combs. I think Ray Combs hosted Double Dare. That version you're talking about, Nickelodeon. I could be wrong.
Nickelodeon version.
Yeah.
Yes.
But there was a one hosted by Alex.
No. We're both wrong. Mark Summers. Thank you,
That's
Omar.
it. Mark Summers.
It.
Did someone in chat correct us? Good.
I'm telling you, Omar Montgomery, you are on top of it tonight.
He is
You're
the best.
helping us out, man. You're good.
Okay, here's the next one. It's one that you had mentioned, and I'm going to play it right now. Let me get to my clips. Here it is. This is a spinoff of Happy Days. It's just terrible.
Something magic in the way you hold me in your eyes.
No one ever warned me love just takes you by surprise. I don't know what's come over me. You got me hypnotized when you look at me. You look.
That's all I can take.
Hello. Hey, everybody, this is the wonderful Mrs. Suzanne Fournier, my beautiful wife, my muse, my soulmate, everything in the world, and a Boo Angel Bear.
Hi, God bless you. Nice to meet you.
Same to you.
Yeah, we're having fun with these old
if you need to do something, I'll just talk about Joni Loves Chachi if you need to run for a second.
No, she was just
passing by.
She was passing by to say hello. And we were just opening up our shades because when it gets dark, that's when it starts to cool down a little bit. And then we're just like, because we've been having terrible humidity lately. It's been a beast.
You gotta love free AC, free air conditioning.
Free AC is great. Yeah.
So Joni Loves Chachi. It lasted 2 years. But really doesn't belong on this list because it seems like it lasted less than 2 years. There were only 4 episodes of Joni Loves Chachi at the end of the 1981 to 1982 season in the spring. In the spring of 1982. It was on Tuesday nights from 8:30 to 9, starting on March 23rd, 1982, and thankfully ended its all-new episode run on May 24th, 1983. The time slot moved to Thursday nights for 2 months from 8 to 8:30, opposite Fame on NBC and the hit Magnum PI on CBS. Then it went back to its original Tuesday night time. Reruns stopped in prime time for Joni Loves Chachi on September 13th, 1983. And that was the opening theme song, and I just couldn't take it anymore.
No more. No. Because it took away the Bill Haley in the Comments song, with Happy Days. Yeah.
Oh, that was in season 1 and 2, right? When Happy Days, the original, which is a spinoff of Love American Style, it was shot on film, not before a live studio audience, and they had the Bill Haley and his Comets Rock Around the Clock theme. Then they replaced it with the end title song, Sunday, Monday, Happy Days.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Happy Days. Thursday, Friday, Happy Days.
Saturday.
The weekend comes, the cycle homes, ready to mix with you.
That's
it. Yeah, they changed it slightly after that.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. But of course, that one lasted wonderful 9 years, and it doesn't really is included in this list.
That's right.
Happy Days is Happy Days, but a lot of people came from that show. And earlier,
it jumped the shark in season 5 when the Fonz literally jumped a shark in the season 3 premiere cliffhanger. Part 1 was a 1-hour episode, and the second part was a 30-minute episode. And reruns, it's like 3 half-hour episodes cut up. But
right, yeah. But someone mentioned in the chat earlier, and I think we might have missed it. Brooklyn Bridge, which featured Marion Ross, who played, Mrs. Cunningham.
Mrs. Cunningham, Mrs. C.
Right. Yeah, that didn't last very long either. I heard about Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah.
I am so behind on the
thank you for
comments.
that
I
reminder.
apologize.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's okay.
Let me get caught up here.
Yeah. Oh, did you know that? My wife just said that Henry Winkler in real life was afraid to ride a motorcycle.
I did know that, and they had to pull him on the back of a truck, and they used stunt people to show the far away shot
instead of him. Yes.
And Joe Gutfeld brings up Flo. That's on my list. The spinoff of Alice. It lasted 2 years.
Oh, that was so sad. Yeah, Flo.
Do you want to speak to that? Do you have anything to say about Flo?
Well, I do have something to say about Alice because they supposedly filmed it. Well, the premise is that Alice moved to somewhere in Phoenix, Arizona with her son and went to go work for Mel's Diner, and Flo, who was the big waitress with the big hair and all that stuff. And then after that show ended, because I believe it was Alice's son who went on to college, so then after that was done, then they went on to Flo, and Alice left the diner, and then it just went downhill. So that's all I have really to say about Flo.
The Yellow Rose of Texas, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, we did lose the actress. Rest in peace. Yeah.
Well, we lost Linda Lavin at the end of
Linda Lavin too.
2024.
Linda Lavin, yes.
But Polly Holiday is very much alive, who played Flo.
Yeah. Oh, she's still alive?
She's the only main surviving cast member. Okay. Philip McKeon died of an illness in 2018. That's Nancy McKeon's older brother.
Right.
He was in the Facts of Life playing Joe.
I knew the McKeons, right, were related. Right. So really, and yeah, Vic Tayback passed. So yeah.
He died in 1990. Vic Tayback, who played Mel. Yeah. Way back in 1990. Unbelievable. Yeah. Okay, so next on my list, we're going to talk about Aftermash really quickly. Aftermash debuted on September 26th, 1983. It ran through December 18th, 1984, just over a year. The last few episodes. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to give you a trivia question. So, do you remember the three MASH actors that moved on to Aftermash?
Harry Morgan. I want to say Gary Berghoff, who left MASH early, like a few seasons before it went off the air in 1983.
Sure.
Oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the third. Is it Winchester? No.
No.
Let me know, because I should know, because I pulled the opening credits. I'm about to play.
It was okay. So it was Harry Morgan as
Radar. Yeah.
And then it was Jamie Farr as Klinger, who moved on.
That's it. I should have known. Klinger.
And then Berghoff. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, the one who actually played the William Christopher, he actually made a few guest appearances on Aftermash.
He did. The Preacher. That's right.
The Preacher. Right.
Let's watch the opening credits to season 1 of Aftermash, and then I'll play the opening credits to season 2. They're both very different. Here's season 1.
Right.
There's the three right there. Gary Berghoff was not in it. I was wrong. Radar is not in Aftermash.
No, but we got the other three right.
We got the other three right. Here's the season 2 opening. It's 1 minute long. very forgetful, but I like that melody. Okay, I guess.
It's okay. Now, let me ask you a question. Was Anne Petonic, was she the one that played, Margaret? Was that his wife, right, in the show? Was she the wife of Colonel Potter?
She played Mildred Potter. You are correct.
Nice. I had a feeling.
Yep. Let's get caught up on the chat real quick, and then we're going to move on to another show. Let's see here. Now we got a lot of good mentions here because I did ask the chat to mention Small Wonder, says Omar. That was an absolutely awful show. I thought that the acting was horrible. The writing was horrible. It was clunky. Wasn't funny. It was definitely memorable, though. So that's not a bad answer at all.
Yeah, that's a good one, Omar. Yeah.
Iggy McClure was in that cast, who's best known as the secretary of Rooney in Ferris Bueller's Day Off and many other things. She was also, I think, in Harper Valley PTA, I think.
Yeah.
And many other things. Game shows galore.
Small Wonder reminds me of Freaks and Geeks. That didn't last for more than 2 seasons either.
Let me look up Small Wonder in my book here. And Joe Gutfeld mentioned Brooklyn
Bridge.
Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah, that's the one with Marion Ross, right? Yep.
Correct. Yes.
So let me see here. Small Wonder. Let me see if it's in my little TV Bible, as I call it. What are your memories of Small Wonder? She was a little robot girl.
That it was terrible.
It was absolutely terrible. I've seen it recently.
And I didn't even bother to watch the first season or the first pilot episode. Maybe a few seconds.
I think it lasted more than 2 years too. It started in September '85 in syndication. Let me confirm.
And Omar is correct. William Christopher did play Father Mulcahy. Right.
He sure did.
And then moved over into Aftermash. Yes. He actually ended up becoming the hospital chaplain. That's a trivia question. He actually became the hospital chaplain for Potter because Potter relied on him for advice, for wisdom, guidance, and of course Jamie Farr playing,
Klinger. Yep. Small Wonder lasted 4 seasons, ending on May 20th, 89, beginning September 7th, 85. So that's still a good mention, but it doesn't really qualify with our criteria. But I thank you for bringing it up because it's just such a bad memory. Bad memory. And Tiffany Brissett played Vicky the Robot in Small Wonder.
Yeah. And Joe, you're right. Rosalind Chow did appear in Star Trek The Next Generation, and she also was in Deep Space Nine. She was Miles O'Brien's wife, who they gave birth to Keiko. Yeah, Keiko, in Deep Space Nine. Yes.
Yeah, and Deep Space Nine was in syndication because I was talking with a friend today about Star Trek Voyager being the first show on the Paramount network, right? When it launched in 1996. Yeah. And did you know, fun fact, Lindsay Wagner was supposed to play Captain Janeway. It was written for her, but she turned the role down. I read that in a Starlog interview. She didn't want to do any more science fiction at that point. And so Kate Mulgrew ultimately got the role, obviously, as Captain Janeway.
Yeah, but do you remember who she got the role from? Because they did actually had shot some stills of this actress before Mulgrew took over.
This came up on the phone today. Tell us. I know, but tell us.
Genevieve Bujold.
See? That's great. That's great. And she shot. They filmed her, right?
Yeah, they did. And then they realized she was just too stern or too, just French actress and everything. I wonder what it'd been like, though.
I heard she didn't like the dialogue, the jargon. My friend said that she found the dialogue clunky and didn't like the technical jargon. I don't know if there's any validity to that, but that's what this person read.
Right. Yeah, she wasn't into the technical jargon, like the Starfleet jargon, all this, Right. Mulgrew was, but see, Mulgrew, just like William Shatner, who's Canadian, but Mulgrew was from the Midwest. She was also Shakespearean trained, so just as much as Shatner, and that's why they said, Mulgrew is perfect for this role. We think she can do it, and she did. She surprised everybody, and now she does voiceovers for Janeway still on Lower Decks for that animated series, and she's recently appeared on Malcolm, the guy who played Malcolm Reed, and Connor Trenier, their podcast, and she also appeared on Will Wheaton's podcast. There are a couple podcasts she actually heard of.
And her voice, Kate Mulgrew's voice, to me sounds like Sally Kellerman, like in her Hidden Valley Ranch TV commercials. They have a very similar voice to me. That's just what I think.
Yeah.
Next up, Best of the West. Talked about it last week, but I want to play the opening. Best of the West, which you weren't terribly familiar with. That's okay. It debuted September 10th, 1981 on ABC. It only ran through August 23rd, 82. It started on Thursdays on ABC at 8 p.m. and then 8:30 p.m. that same night. And then Friday at 9, then Monday at 8. It was up against Magnum PI on CBS and Barbara Eden's Harper Valley PTA and Lewis and Clark on NBC. Joel Higgins, before he was the star of Silver Spoons, or co-star along with Ricky Schroeder, starred on Silver Spoons. And this was a Western-themed sitcom. And for some reason, I liked it. Carlene Watkins was in it, who I got confused with Ann Bloom from HBO's Not Necessarily the News, with Rich Hall doing his Sniglets. And also Mino Palouse from Voyagers was a kid in this show. And that's Punky Brewster's real-life big brother, Solio Moon Fry's big brother is Mino Palouse, who you'll see in the opening credits here.
Yeah, and I believe Mino Palouse also appeared in an episode of A-Team. Catching the pattern here.
And the Incredible Hulk Married 2-hour season 2 premiere in Hawaii, where he played a boy that drowned on the beach, but he lived. He survived. Anyway, I think that was one of the first things he did. Mino Palouse, and he's Solio Moonfry's big brother, who was in a ton of shows back then, not just Voyagers. But my favorite character in Best of the West was a weird dude named Frog, portrayed by actor Tracy Walter. Let's look at the opening to Best of the West. Maybe it'll jog a memory or two for someone out there, and for you too, Mikey.
Of yore in Western lore, a man returned from Civil War. His heart beat pure beneath his vest. His name was Best of the West. But not alone did he come home. His newfound bride was at his side, and with his boy who did protest, they all came west to live with me.
Yippee-ki-yi-yo, yippee-ki-yi-yay, give 3 mighty cheers. Yippee-ki-yi-yo, yippee-ki-yi-yay, for the Western pioneers.
And off they rode, this family, and man and wife. His boy makes 3, it's through their deeds this land progressed. Hooray for best of the West.
Any memories come to mind? Did I unlock a memory or no?
Yes, you did. Tom Yule, who played Doc in the series. I do remember a couple of those episodes watching Tom Yule work. Yeah, as Doc. That did.
Omar thing. Do you want to read that for the audience? Anyone listening that can't see it?
Yeah. Tom Yule played Doc in the Best of the West. It's best is known in 1955 movie The 7-Year Itch, starring Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, he was also in that. Yes, Tom Yule. Yeah.
And Joe had said, if you want to read that one too, Joe Gutfeld in New York City.
Kate Mulgrew was friends with John Delancey, who played Q. Yes.
In Star Trek.
Yes, they were very good friends. Yeah.
Q, we first saw him in Star Trek The Next Generation, the premiere episode in September 1987, of all things. And he was in the $6 Million Man season 5 premiere Sharks, a 2-parter with Pamela Hensley, who later played Princess Ardala in Buck Rogers in the 25th Century 2 seasons later, for what it's worth. But he played a naval officer.
Right, yeah. That's
all
cool.
Right. Okay, so next on the list, so that's Best of the West. That's all I got to say about that. And then we did talk about Fridays. We that's where we left off, was Fridays, which was ABC's answer to Saturday Night Live. It was a ripoff of Saturday Night Live, running on ABC Friday nights from April 11th, 1980 until April 23rd, 82. And you had
what I liked better was SCTV. SCTV and Saturday Night Live. That was it. John Candy, Catherine O'Hara, Eugene Levy, Joe Flaherty,
Catherine O'Hara. Did you say Catherine O'Hara?
I did say Catherine O'Hara.
Rick Moranis. Bill Murray turned up a few times. John Candy You probably mentioned John Candy. I love the McKenzie brothers. You know, Strange Brew. That was like.
Oh yeah. Yes, those two. Unfortunately, we.
Bob and Doug McKenzie, that hit song with your neck of the woods. I know you're San Franciscan by birth, but you're in Canada now. And you had in the Great White North, Rush, Geddy Lee doing that song. That's it. Oh man, I love that, man. And they did a Christmas.
I love Rick Moranis,
12 Days of Christmas, man. I love that. I have that on vinyl. But Larry David was in Fridays, and so was Michael Richards before he was Kramer and Seinfeld. So Fridays didn't last long. It ended April 23rd, 82.
Yeah, John Delancey. Yeah, John Delancey was also in Emergency. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, he was a very young back then. That's
Fridays.
Yeah, Van Kaufman fight episode.
Friday's most famous episode was the Andy Kaufman fight episode. Yes. And Andy Kaufman was in the first Saturday Night Live episode along with George Carlin in 1975. He did Here I Come to Save the Day. A little routine. Mighty Mouse with the record player.
On the way. Yeah.
So
I love that CTV. Yes.
Let's get to the next one on the list really quickly. We're going to go back in time now to the 1960s with a catchy theme song. This was before the Munsters, right? So I think you know where I'm going with this. You had Al Lewis, who was Grandpa Munster, on this police comedy show with Fred Gwynn, who was Herman Munster.
I got it. Car 54, where are you?
That's it. Here we go.
There's a holdup in the Bronx, Brooklyn's broken out in fights. There's a traffic jam in Harlem that's backed up to Jackson Heights. There's a scout troop short a child, cruise ships do and idle wild. Car 54, where are you?
Thoughts?
Wow.
Thoughts?
I wonder if Al DiCaprio, the creator, if he has any distant ties to Leonardo DiCaprio. Same spelling.
Probably. You know how nepotism goes. But
nepotism in Hollywood. Yeah. Ooh, what a concept.
It ran from September 17th, 1961 to September 8th, 1963. So that's 2 seasons. You know who else was in the cast? Was Charlotte Rae, long before she was Mrs. Garrett in The Facts of Life and Different
Facts of Life, correct.
And
that's
she looks very different in black and white. You know, she had the dark hair. We didn't know it was red hair.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's next on the list. Now I got another weird show that has to do with a car with Jerry Van Dyke, the brother of Dick Van Dyke. Do you know which one this is?
Car.
You're good, man. Car. Let's watch this theme in color.
Okay,
everybody knows in the second life we all come back sooner or later. As anything from a pussy cat to a man-eating alligator. Well, you all may think my story is more fiction than it's fact. But believe it or not, my mother did decided she'd come back as a car. She's our very own guiding star. A 1928 Ford, that's my mother dear. She helps me through everything I do, and I'm so glad she's here. My mother the car. My mother the car.
Okay. What were the writers smoking when they came up with that concept?
Well, you know what? I don't blame them entirely. And I think this is an untold story. Jerry Van Dyke, right, is related to Dick Van Dyke. We all know that. But Dick Van Dyke did such a great job with his, the Dick Van Dyke Show. Yep. And Jerry was jealous. He was always jealous of his brother throughout his entire career. Well, I think they've mended fences by now. But anyway, back then, remember Jerry Van Dyke was also on Coach. That one.
I love Coach. That was the best role he ever had, in my opinion. Yeah, Coach.
Yeah, Poltergeist. Yeah, with Craig T. Nelson.
Craig T. Nelson. There you go. Yeah, you know it.
Yeah. So yeah. So basically, the untold story is that Jerry said, "Well, hey, I can do my own show too, and run it." But then, yeah, I think the producers then and the writers were just smoking weed and going, "Hey, am I allowed to say that?" It was Mary Jane. They were doing the Mary Jane thing, and they said, "Hey, you know what? Let's bring back a dead lady and put her inside a car."
I can't hear you. I'm going to duck out. The StreamYard glitch happened, so keep going. My mother the car.
My mother the car.
Damn.
So, yeah. So that's what I said, is that Jerry Van Dyke, it was partially his fault because he wanted his own series, and it also was partly the fault of the producers and the writers.
They do this to me.
So, yeah. Did you hear me okay that time? Oh, he has a glitch. Oh, no. Well, here's Mikey. My Mother the Car was one of the worst shows ever. Joe, totally agree with you. Omar Montgomery also says originally Jerry Van Dyke, the creator of Gilligan's Island, to play Gilligan, and he turned it down. One of the worst decisions he ever made, because I think he would have made a pretty good Gilligan. I think Bob Denver still, and there's my major host over there. Chance Bartels, welcome back.
Hey, man, reverse me. I may have fixed that too. There we go. That's better.
Yeah. So I was just reading back what Joe Gutfeld said. My Mother the Car was one of the worst shows ever. Absolutely. Omar also said originally Jerry Van Dyke, who was one of the creators of Gilligan's Island, he was to play Gilligan, but he turned it down. And I said, well, Jerry Van Dyke, considering what he's done since then until he did Coach, which is a great role for him back then. But before that, I think it was better that Bob Denver took the role. And besides, remember, he played Maynard G. Krebs and, The Loves of Dobie Gillis. So
The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis, shortened to just Dobie Gillis. 4 seasons on CBS. With the great Dwayne Hickman.
Oh, yeah.
Who went on to be an executive with CBS Television Network.
Yeah, Dwayne Hickman ran the all-seeing eye. Yipes.
Oh, CBSI, as Jackie Gleason once said. So let's move on to another one with a really sexy starlet. This is before she did her iconic role. And this is a color version of it. This is a black and white show and it lasted 1 season. Let's look at this opening credits to My Living Doll.
My living doll, made to order. She is perfection in a girl. She's no ordinary kind. AX709 inspired genuine. Living doll.
Oh my gosh, yeah. The great Julie Newmar, who played Catwoman on Batman.
And that was 64-65, so that came out right around the same time Bewitched hit the scene. It was before I Dream of Jeannie, another male fantasy show where you have an AI robot woman. I'm going to play a clip. This show was in black and white, and I'll tell you how many episodes it lasted in just a moment. Here's a 36-second clip of Julie Newmar with her star, Bob Cummings, in My Living Doll.
Your job is to keep me locked in this apartment, and don't you let anyone tell you any different. You got that?
Got that.
That's what I like about you, Warden. You're an instant learner. Roll it up. I'll be back in about 2 hours. Boy, I've got to drive like mad. Oh, and say, if there are any calls for me, just take them. I'll see you, Robert. I'm going to press your off button. And hard.
And not be deactivated. You got that?
I think I'm getting it all right, yeah.
That's what I like about you. You're an instant learner.
Before she was Catwoman.
But I have to think, even though the show itself, how many episodes did it last, my friend?
About 30. They released a DVD of the remaining episodes. Like, they can't find the master 35mm negatives of all the My Living Dolls. So there was a DVD set released of as many as they could find. So that's why I'm a little confused about that. But I'm going to tell you in just a second. Go to my little trusty source here. And it lasted for 26 episodes. And it started on September 17th, 1964, the same week as Bewitched on ABC. And it ran on the CBS television network, My Living Doll did, starring Bob Cummings, Robert Cummings as Dr. Robert McDonald, and Julie Newmar as Rhoda Miller, the robot. And and it ended on March 17th, 1965.
Yeah.
In terms of all new episodes. And looking at my book here, my TV Bible.
Yeah.
The last, this was a rerun. It ended on September 8th, 65, and that was a rerun on the CBS television network. And it says
so it literally ended. This is so weird because this is why I feel so old. You said it ended September 8th, 1965. 2 weeks later, I was born on this earth. So
I know you're in your mama's belly. I know. I'm about to say that. Well, you were
I
born.
I was getting ready to kick
September
my
22nd. I remember from last week. Your birthday is September 22nd.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And your birthday is? Tell me again.
November 21st, the day Bill Bixby died. Sadly.
November 21st. Okay, I'll remember that.
I'm a Scorpio on the cusp of Sagittarius, so I'm half nuts. Anyway, my book says,
and I'm a Virgo on the cusp of Libra, so I'm really nuts. I'm a weirdo. That's what my wife called me. It's on my ring.
My Living Doll, the comedy introduced the ultimate in male fantasy, a sexy, curvaceous female robot programmed to do anything she was told. Absolutely anything. AF 709 was the secret project number that designated the ultimate achievement in space-age technology, a robot that could think on its own and function like a man. Well, like a woman. Statuesque Julie Newmar played the robot. She wandered into the office of base psychiatrist Robert McDonald one day and had a pleasant chat with him. Only later did he find out that she was a robot designed by Dr. Carl Miller. When Dr. Miller was called away on assignment to Pakistan, he left the robot in Bob's care. Bob named her Rhoda and passed her off as Dr. Miller's niece. She moved into his home, where Bob took on the task of training her to be the perfect woman. One that only talked when spoken to. This is so sexist. And did what was asked of her. To complicate things, Bob's neighbor, Peter, fell in love with Rhoda and had to be fended off, lest he discover her secret. My Living Doll.
Yeah. Wow.
You can't get away with that these days, I don't think. Or maybe you can.
But you could. Yeah. Well, you can in Japan.
That's true.
That's ironic.
Oh, Sarah in Southern California is giving you a compliment. She says,
"Oh, thank you so much.
Your new co-host is cool." I think so too. He's my guest co-host, and I'm going to extend the offer to be a regular, a semi-regular, or regular co-host when you can, if you'd like to be.
Absolutely. I've got all the time in the world I can do this. So
because you're retired, you're happily retired.
I can do this. And this is true, Omar. Julie Newmar and Bob didn't get along on the Living Doll series. That's why they canceled it a few weeks later. Yes. And yes, Julie Newmar does have with cerebral palsy. Yes.
So. Oh, Julie Newmar was the devil in an episode of Twilight Zone. Yes, a 1 hour episode of season 4. The original Twilight Zone. Let me find that comment you just read. Okay, right here from Omar. Right. Omar, the magician. He is a magician when it comes to television trivia. Julie Newmar and Bob Cummings didn't get along. You just read that. My Living Doll, they canceled the series a few weeks later. Wow.
Right.
I did not know that.
Well, okay. The reasoning behind it, if I recall correctly, the reasoning behind it is because Robert Cummings was more than attracted to Julie Newmar, and it got almost to the point where it seemed like he was stalking her offset or behind the scenes. So Julie Newmar was very uncomfortable with that, the way that he was being so attentive and so like around her all the time. So that's when they had a falling out, and they split after that.
Julie Newmar's still alive. Julie Newmar's still alive, and a lot of people say, when I say that Burt Ward is the last surviving original Adam West Batman cast member, they say, "What about Julie Newmar?" Yes, she's alive, but she was a special guest villainess or special guest villain. That's different. I'm talking about the opening credits. When I see someone's name in the opening credits, like Three's Company, like Richard Klein, who played Larry Dallas, Jack Tripper's best buddy, the used car salesman, the Weasel. He's a main cast member to me because he was in the opening credits season 4 through season 8, more than half the series, because season 1 was only 6 episodes, right? And he was in it from season 1 on. So anyway, I digress. But so in my opinion, Burt Ward is the only surviving main cast member of Batman, and Julie Newmar is the only surviving guest villainess or guest villain.
Yes, villainess, right. And also, is Lee Merriweather still alive? Because she was the only Catwoman in the movie.
God, yes. And I love her in Barnaby Jones and the Time Tunnel. You're right. And she was in Batman the movie as Catwoman because Julie Newmar couldn't do the film. It was released and produced in between season 1 and 2 of the original Batman show, which lasted 3 seasons, 120 half-hour episodes of Batman starring Adam West.
Right.
So she did that, and she is still with us. We lost someone on the Time Tunnel. The Time Tunnel cast, there were 3 main cast members, including Lee Merriweather, and you had Robert Culbert, and then you had the crooner. Whoa. James Darren, and he passed away. He was the first.
I know. And James Darren was also, before he passed, he was the hologram owner of the bar in Deep Space Nine. The one that they built there in the Star Trek series.
And I really love that Barnaby Jones show. I know I just mentioned that. It's on MeTV. It was at 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. and I DVR it. And I bought the whole series on DVD. Really good show. I mean, it lasted 9 years. Buddy Ebsen, hot off of Beverly Hillbillies, starred in it. It's a QM production, Quinn Martin Productions. Really well-written show. And you had some incredible cast members in there. Nick Nolte, Margot Kidder, well before their famous movie roles. They did television work. Tommy Lee Jones is in an episode. I could go on and on. Ed Harris is in an episode. Really good stuff. Wow, Batman, cool Batman trivia there, Mikey.
Yes.
She's in Florida State, by the way. Our friend Tracy.
Hey, Tracy. And Sarah, thank you so much for the comment. The comment you left me before. That means the world. It really does. Thank you so much.
It's cool. He wouldn't be here if he wasn't cool, believe me. And Joe Gutfeld's birthday is July 14th. So happy belated birthday to you, sir.
French Bastille Day. Yes, Revolution. Absolutely. Okay. Good date. Yes, good call.
Let's see what else I have on our list here. Let's see. So that would wrap up. Okay, here's another one for you. I don't have a clip. Thriller. Boris Karloff lasted 2 years. It was a 1-hour anthology show. I really like that. Are you familiar with Thriller?
Yes, I am familiar with Thriller.
Do you want to say anything about Thriller?
Not Michael
Jackson.
I'll say that Twilight Zone and Night Gallery were better than Thriller.
Yeah, Shatner was in 2 episodes, The Hungry Glass and The Grim Reaper, and he was magnificent. He's hit or miss with his performances, mostly hit, but he was spot on in Thriller. And Boris Karloff, of course, from the Universal Monster Horror fame, was the host. 1-hour anthology.
Hammer. He was in Hammer films too, wasn't he? Hammer was the big, thing.
Well, you had Christopher Lee
and
Peter Cushing. Peter Cushing, those
Peter
are the Hammer
Cushing.
horror guys.
Yes.
But he of course was Frankenstein. And Boris Karloff, though, I thought some of those episodes, especially the Grim Reaper, where Shatner's character has his throat slashed. Spoiler alert. He sells a painting of the Grim Reaper, and he comes up with a scheme to try to inherit money from, and of all people, Mrs. Future Lovey on Gilligan's Island plays one
Tina
of the people.
Louise.
Not Tina.
No. I'm sorry.
Schaefer. Natalie Schaefer.
Natalie Schaefer. Sorry.
Natalie Schaefer.
Put those
right?
two mixed up. Yeah.
He freaks him out. He shows the painting, and he claims that when the Sith drips blood, someone's about to die. And of course, he's applying the blood when no one can see. It's revealed in the end of the episode. Spoiler alert. And he's offing these people so he can get his inheritance. And anyway, it was just a well-acted, well-produced show. Robert Bloch wrote that and other scripts. He wrote Psycho, the Alfred Hitchcock movie Psycho. And he wrote a couple Star Trek episodes, What Are Little Girls Made Of? And A Wolf in the Fold, the Star Trek Season 2 episode that dealt with the Grim Reaper, going from planet to planet. Anyway, I digress. So, oh boy. That was
What's your next series there, Chance?
All right. Yeah, let's get back on track. Yes. Okay. Do you want to take this question? You want to read that aloud?
Sure
please?
Can. Are you familiar with the Fireman show Code Red? It aired on ABC and starred Lauren Green, of Battlestar Galactica. Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, and it also had Adam Rich. It was right after 8 is Enough ended. Adam Rich was in it. It didn't last long. That's a good pick, Joe Gutfeld. Yes.
Yeah.
They wanted to have another emergency on their hands, but it didn't work out that way.
Right. Also, there was that reality show, Rescue 911, which had William Shatner as the narrator.
Yes, it did. That was a hit show on CBS. It lasted many years. Yes.
Yeah, that was a very good show. Yeah, I like that.
Yep, A Wolf in the Fold was Jack the Ripper. What Are Little Girls Made Of was with the android Andrea. I'm Andrea, played by Sherry Jackson, the luscious Sherry Jackson.
Ooh. Yeah.
I got another one for you. Let's get to some sitcoms of the 70s. How about Grady, a failed spinoff of Sanford and Son, lasted one season. Starring Mayo.
I never watched Grady, unfortunately. I did see Sanford and Son, though.
But the least successful spinoff of Sanford and Son was Sanford Arms. Didn't even have the star of the show, Red Fox, in it. It was about, remember how towards the end of Sanford and Son, he turned his home into like a hotel. He had Sanford Arms, and so he had like tenants, and he had people staying there, and it did not work. You had Aunt Esther, you had the secondary characters. LaWanda Page was in it. Let me look up Sanford Arms. Do you remember Sanford Arms?
Sanford Arms. I barely do. Yeah. I do. Okay. I do remember it was a spinoff that didn't do well at all. So,
and it's very logical you wouldn't remember because it was never syndicated. It only lasted like 2 or 3 weeks. Let me
remember the meme that always came from Sanford Son. I'm coming this time, Elizabeth.
Yeah. Oh, it's a big one. I'm coming to Georgia.
And a fun fact. Well, not a fun fact. Tragic fact. But when Red Fox was on his deathbed. He said, "I'm really coming this time, Elizabeth."
Oh God, that's terrible.
He did. That was his last words.
The Royal Family. That was the show on ABC, and he died on the set, basically, just like John Ritter almost died on the set. You know, he had that episode on 8 Simple Rules for Dating My Teenage Daughter.
Yeah.
So Sanford Arms, it debuted on September 16th, 1977. It ended on October 14th, 77, just a few weeks later. And it says
Yeah. Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
In 1977, NBC's highly successful comedy Sanford and Son lost both of its stars, Red Fox to a variety series of his own on ABC, and Damon Wilson, because the producers would not meet with his salary demands. With most of the supporting players still around, however, Sanford Arms took its place. The new lead character was Phil Wheeler, a widower with 2 teenage children. He'd made a down payment on the entire Sanford property house, junkyard, and the rooming house, and attempted to turn the latter into a successful residential hotel, with Fred and Lamont Sanford having moved to Arizona. Fred's sister-in-law, Esther, was left to watch over the property and collect the monthly mortgage payments. Also carried over from the Sanford and Son cast of characters were Esther's husband, Woody, Fred's friend, Grady, who had married Dolly. Oh, my God. He married Dolly. And Bubba, who worked at the Sanford Arms as both bellboy and maintenance man. Newcomers to the cast, in addition to Phil Wheeler, were his children, Angie and Nat, and his girlfriend, Jeannie. Almost done here. If anything proved more difficult than getting customers to the hotel, it was finding an audience for the series. The attempt to salvage the series without its 2 departed stars was a total failure, and it lasted less than a month. Sanford Arms.
Wow. Sanford Arms.
It aired on, what night was that? It aired on Friday night, 8 to 8:30 p.m.
Oh, that's the death knell if you're on a Friday night. Anytime before 9 p.m. and you're going up against like major, series on other networks and 10 o'clock. Oh, yeah, I do remember Gloria.
Gloria, a spinoff of All in the Family, and actually a spinoff of Archie Bunker's Place.
Yes.
Because they had crossovers with Archie Bunker's Place. That's a good one. Gloria lasted 1 year on CBS.
1 year. And that was Sally Struthers, right? Who had her own series.
Absolutely. And you know who else was in that cast? Burgess Meredith.
Oh, I remember that. Okay.
I've got one for you. This will unlock a memory for a lot of you folks. And this is a memorable show. It didn't last long at all. But check out this 1 minute and 21 second opening to this show from 1977 and 1978.
Hunters found him in the wilds of northern Minnesota. A boy raised from infancy by wolves.
They captured him and brought him to the university where I was conducting research on human behavior. Growing into young manhood, he was haunted by the mystery. Who was he? How had he been lost? Who were his parents?
Good. See? You can. You can.
Lucan.
I named him Lucan. Working at the university one night, he came upon two men stealing drugs. They attacked him. Chemicals exploded. One of the men died. The other escaped. Lucan was unjustly accused and held for the man's death. He fled. A police officer relentlessly follows his trail. But Lucan will never stop trying to find his parents or to win his right to be free.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. I would bet that music was by Oliver, who did the $6 Million Man season 2. It sounded very much like the $6 Million Man with the bongos and everything. Some of the incidental music, like from the Bionic Woman 2-parter at the end of season 2 of $6 Million Man. What was his name? Oliver. Forget his first name. Something Oliver. He scored music for the $6 Million Man just basically in season 2. But Lucan, real quick, I just have a paragraph here. Debuted December 26th, day after Christmas, 1977. Running through December 4th, 1978 on ABC. It debuted Monday nights from 8 to 9, the time slot of The Outer Limits originally back in 1963.
Yeah.
And Lucan was a story of a young man of age 20 who had been raised in the forest by wolves. For his first 10 years, he had never known another human being. And now, though acclaimed to the ways of civilization, he still found himself ill at ease in cities. His search for his parents and for his own identity formed the basis for most of the stories. Okay, and as someone in chat, Omar stated, Kevin Brophy played Lucan, and John Randolph was the narrator there. Great actor, John Randolph. You may remember him from King Kong, the movie from 1976. He played the captain of the ship, among many other roles. I like John Randolph. He was blacklisted for a long time during the McCarthy days in the 50s. And Don Gordon, as you saw in the opening credits, great actor. He was in the main cast. So that's all I got to say about that. The network moved it around. They had it Monday 8 to 9, then Sunday 8 to 9, then back to Monday from 8 to 9 for the last month of its existence from November to December 78.
Yeah. Also, there's a little known fact about the A-Team I wanted to mention. John Ashley, who was the narrator who introduced the opening scenes for every one of the A-Team episodes. Oliver Nelson.
Oliver Nelson, not Oliver. I was thinking last name Oliver. That's why my brain misfired. Oliver Nelson. Thank you. He did the music for Ironside and the $6 Million Man in season 2. Please continue, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you didn't interrupt. It's fine. So John Ashley, who did the narration for the opening scenes where they get off the helicopter, Vietnam, all this stuff, first 4 seasons. But they radically changed it in season 5. Another reason why the A-Team went by the wayside, because they decided to take out his narration, take out all of that, and they kept Mike Post's music. But Pete Carpenter came in to help him with some additional music, and that's what they used for the opening introduction in all of the 13 episodes of season 5 of A-Team. So John Ashley didn't do it anymore. Now, John Ashley is gone. He's rest in peace. But he used to work in the 50s and 60s with names like Elvis Presley, Frankie Avalon, Annette Funicello. He worked with all those. He was a beach blanket boy back in the day. Cool. And then he got the gig of a lifetime. He got to narrate for the A-Team for 4 seasons.
Beach blanket bingo. Did you read this from Omar Montgomery?
Oh, sure. He says Haywood Nelson, who we talked about from What's Happening. He played Grady, grandson, long before What's Happening came along. And Theodore Wilson played on Sanford Arms. He played an army buddy of Fred Sanford.
Excellent, Omar. Thank you for that anecdote. Good stuff.
Sure. That's good stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. He said trophy, but then brophy. That's what he said. Okay.
Let's see
Omar,
where I
you're on
left
top
off.
of your game, buddy. You're doing great.
I've got another one for you in another clip. This is a very memorable show. People think it lasted a lot longer than it did, and I thought it was just fantastic. I think you probably liked it as well.
Let's see.
Oh, I thought I had pulled it up. Yeah, here it is. Okay, here is the opening to this show.
Okay.
Let's watch this.
All right.
The story of Grizzly Adams is big and powerful and beautiful. They called me Mad Jack. And me and my burro number 7 been traipsing these slopes and valleys for a long spell, so I know the story from the beginning. My friend Adams was accused of a crime he didn't commit. So he escaped into the mountains, leaving behind the only life that he ever knew. Now that wilderness out there ain't no place for a greenhorn, and his chances of surviving were mighty slim. Weren't no time at all for he was beaten down, ragged, and nearly starved. Long about then, he come upon a grizzly bear cub, all alone and helpless. Now, Adams knew that little critter couldn't survive without his help, so he started right down that cliff, risking his own life to save it. Now, that cub took to Adams right off. And that was when he discovered he had a special kind of way with animals. They just come right up to him like he was a natural part of the wilderness. But that bear cub, he was extra special. As he growed, he became the best friend Adams ever had, and together they became a legend.
There's a world where we don't have to run, maybe. There's a time we'll call our own, living free in harmony and majesty. Take me home, take me home, take me home, take me home. Deep inside the forest is a door into another land. Here is our life and home. We are.
All right. I think that maybe John Denver was owned a royalty. That sounds a little bit
Was
like
that was that John Denver that same theme song though?
I don't think so. I think it's just a facsimile. But
Do you want me to take a look?
Yeah, please confirm. Yeah, and while I read this, The Life and Times of Grizzly Adams debuted on February 9th, 1977 on NBC. It was an hour show. Of course, it starred Dan Haggerty, Denver Pyle, long before he was Uncle Jesse in the Dukes of Hazzard, as well as Don Shanks and John Bishop. It was set in the western United States during the late 1800s. Great show. Great movies. Great stories.
Yeah. Now they did a movie. Remember, they did a movie of it called The Life and Times of Grizzly Adams in 1974, which had Haggerty and Shanks. And then 3 years later, in 1977, is when they started the series, which featured Denver Pyle, who, of course, was Uncle Jesse on Dukes of Hazzard.
That's right. And, of course, he was in Bonnie and Clyde 10 years before the
That's
show
true.
debuted as a series. I love Bonnie and Clyde, and he played the sheriff that shot down Bonnie and Clyde.
Okay.
Thanks, Keebs. Hey, Keebler's here, one of my power mods. She's promoting your channel to those in the chat. Please subscribe to our guest here, Mikey. Is it Mikey Susie 4? Is that how I pronounce your YouTube channel? I should know, shouldn't I?
Mikey Suze 4. Mikey
Suze.
4.
Not Susie,
Suze.
Suze, but it's spelled.
No,
Those who are
Suze.
listening.
Her real, well, yeah, like I said, my wife's name is Suzanne, but she usually likes to go by Suze, S-U-Z-E, so it's Mikey Suze 4. It's both our names. She prefers me to be Mikey rather than Michael or Mike. I would only accept that name if I'm in trouble, which is not often. So I would say Mikey is fine. Leave me with that. But the 4 is the first 4 letters of our last name, which is Fournier. We're French.
And it's spelled out for those that are listening and can't see the link. If you go to YouTube, you could search for Mikey. It's all one word, MikeySuzeFour.
It's all together. Runs all together.
All together.
And it has a bunch of cats in the background. Mikey Sues for my friend Larry Bartels created a background for us with all these cats. So you can't miss it. When you find Mikey Sues for, you'll see the background of cats that he laid out for us. Very wonderful of him to do that for me. He's been a good friend for 50 years. I love the man. He's a brother.
Chance said he's going to be back next week. Good. And hopefully Mikey can return. I think I want to invite Mikey right now to come back next week.
Okay, that'd be great.
Plans?
If you want me to come back, I'd love to come. I would.
As long as I'm not infringing on family time, then I would love to have you back.
Oh my gosh. Okay, don't jinx it, Joe. Is that going on right now, Baltimore?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it. We don't want to date the show, but I appreciate you keeping us updated on what the heck's going on.
Yeah, thank you. Mad Jack, yeah.
Yep, Mad Jack was played by the talented actor Denver Pyle, best known as Uncle Jesse on The Dukes of Hazzard. Yep, you are so right. We were saying that at the same time. He was typing that when I was mentioning that.
Oh, he was. Oh.
Yeah.
He caught on to that. Okay, the name of the name of the man is called maybe. His name is Tom Pace. Tom Pace was the man who wrote this the song.
And he singing it too?
Yeah,
or does he not say? Okay, so he was a knockoff on John Denver, but he sounded good. I mean, it sounded really nice, really nice.
Yeah. Well, here's a fun fact. The first time I saw the actual movie, I hadn't turned 9 years old yet. I was 8, but I know my mom and dad took me to go see the film. I also had my brother with me, and one of my sisters. No, one of my sisters was born in 1971. I didn't have my other sister, but my mom had my other sister, Elizabeth, in her womb. So when we went to the theater to go see The Life and Times of Grizzly Adams, yeah, those were good memories. And then, of course, we said 3 years later, it came on TV, became a series, and we were like, oh, cool. And that is one of the few actually adapted. This is true. This is one of the few movies where they adapted it, and then they took the characters and put them right into the series. And I mean, all the characters. So, yeah, it was great.
Joe says the bear on Grizzly Adams was the best actor on the show.
Gentle Ben? Oh, come on now.
Gentle Ben. Yeah, Gentle Ben.
Gentle Ben. And he was a black grizzly bear. That's what he was. He was a Kodiak grizzly bear. That's
Keebler suggests we move the show to Saturday night. She thinks Saturday night prime time would be perfect for this channel, the Nostalgic Podblast. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see what we can do for that. Sure.
We'll talk about it. So I guess we'll go on with our list here of memorable television shows that didn't last very long. With this show, it only lasted for 12 episodes and only 11 of them actually aired, but it's very memorable, at least to me. I want to see if it's memorable to you in chat and you, Mikey, my guest co-host. Okay. It's this show from 1981.
This is the story of Gordon Feaster, born in Ohio the day before Easter. Had a normal childhood, did okay in school. Graduated from Columbus High in 1962. Now he's open all night. Open all night. Went away to college, but he didn't do that good. So the army drafted him and he got sent to Fort Hood. Served a 2-year hitch, never went overseas. Spent a year peeling potatoes and a year copping seas. Now he's open all night. Open all night. Tony drifted this way and that. At times he had some money, other times he was flat. He always seemed to manage, so he never seemed to sit. Sure, it was a struggle, but he always paid the rent. Now he's open all night. Yeah. Open all night. And that takes us up to 1974. And now old Gordon runs a grocery store with a wife named Gretchen who hangs around the house, and her son named Terry by a previous spouse. Gordon sits behind the counter and hawk up to his nose in a dinner in a pickle in a store that's never closed. And he's open all night. Open all night. Open all night, 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 open all night.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I briefly do. George Zunza.
Yes.
The first D is silent. Yes. Zunza.
I remember him from Salem's Lot. He put
with David Soul. Oh, okay.
He put the shot in Fred Willard's character's mouth when he caught Fred Willard's character cheating on his wife or cheating with his wife. Yeah.
Right.
Open all night. So it only lasted 11 weeks, but I for some reason remember that so strongly. It aired on ABC Saturday night from 8 to 8:30. from November 81 to January 82, and then in February 82, ABC moved it to Friday night at 8:30.
Yeah, they
And,
did jog some memories because of Bubba Smith. You know,
Oh,
Bubba Smith, who was on the Police Academy films.
Yes. And the show never went into reruns because there's only a dozen episodes. 11 aired on ABC and 1 was unaired. And let's see here. My notes. Yeah, Bubba Smith was in it. See, you read my mind. It's right there in my notes. And it's about an all-night grocery store, as you heard in the theme song, filled with Looney Tunes that shop there. The last episode was titled Death of a Bag Lady and was unaired. There you go.
It was unaired? Wow.
Never aired.
And that's ironic, but in the credits there, Jay Tarsis played one of the cops. He was also one of the creators of the series.
That's right. That's kind of like with The Courtship of Eddie's Father. One of the producers wound up acting in it, and it killed the show. I won't mention names. Womack. I just mentioned his name. He killed the show. Anyone associated with that show will tell you he inserted his ego into everything, and it just really drained the energy of that show.
So George was one of the original stars of the Law and Order series on NBC. That's true.
Long-running show.
And long-running. And Susan Terrell was a talented dramatic actress, and this was a rare comedy role on television for her.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, Susan Terrell worked on Broadway. So this for her was just kind of a step outside the box, as it were, to become to play a comedic role with George on this show. So,
and that remark was from Omar Montgomery, who notes that about Susan, and Joe Gutfeld was the one that mentioned that George was one of the original stars of Law and Order.
Yes. Yeah, one of the first. Cool. Zunza, I think, lasted. Did he last for the entire show, or was it the first couple seasons? I think it was like first 3 seasons, and then he kind of.
That's right.
Did a recurring role, I think.
Yep, faded away. Next up, now this is kind of like Code Red, but this was another show. It was a semi-spinoff of The Fall Guy, starring Lee Majors.
Yeah.
And this spun off during season 3 of The Fall Guy. It had Lou Ferrigno in the cast. I know you're going to know what I'm talking about. And Alfie Wise, who recently passed away. He died in August of 2025, and he was best known as a sidekick for Burt Reynolds. He was in a movie you mentioned tonight, Cannonball Run, among other things. You'll recognize him in the cast. Right. But this was a show called Trauma Center. And you'll notice the great narrator, William Conrad, here in this opening credits sequence. It only lasted a handful of episodes. This was Trauma Center. Notice the great cast.
An accident has occurred. A man has been critically injured. Without surgery, he has 1 hour to live, 1 golden hour. He will be rushed to a place where surgeons stand ready around the clock, and they will start to operate minutes after he's brought through the door. The man will survive because he's been taken to a trauma center.
There you go. Kind of a forgetful theme song, but great cast. Wendy Malick, long before Just Shoot Me and the like. I mean, she was in the cast you saw there.
And Dorian Harewood, before he helped me out here. Dorian. I think he was in St. Elsewhere a couple times.
Well, you might be thinking of the great one, Denzel Washington.
Denzel, right? Okay.
That's not. But look him up. Hey, I'm going to read a little bit about Trauma Center. Look him up, Dorian. If you want to mention, that'd be really helpful. If you wouldn't mind looking him up to remind people of where we've seen him. But this show only lasted a while. There were a lot of unaired episodes, but they did really well filming gags where people were injured. I have some of these on 16mm film where there's like a golf course scene with lightning strikes. There's terrible car crashes with like a drunk driver taking out a van full of college students. They had a guy shot through the heart in an archery accident by his own wife and blood's going everywhere. They really did a good job with the accidents on this show. They had a nightclub where it was similar to that terrible incident where there's a big concert in real life where everyone burned up and the lights come crashing down. They did a great job with the stunts on this show.
Yeah.
Trauma Center.
Okay, so Mr. Dorian Harewood, both actor and also works on soundtrack. He was born August 6, 1950 in Dayton, Ohio. So that means he's pleasantly 75 years of age. He just had a birthday. He was known for Full Metal Jacket. Yep, I knew he was in that. 1987. That was the thing I was trying to say. Full Metal Jacket, one of my all-time favorite Vietnam films. And directed by the great Stanley Kubrick, by the way. Space Jam from 1996. That was the original one with Michael Jordan, and he was in that. And then Sudden Death in 1995. And he's been married to Nancy Harewood since February 14th, 1979. They have 2 children. And like I said, he played 8-Ball in Full Metal Jacket. He did the voice of Monster Bupkis in Space Jam. He was in that awesome movie from 2005, Assault on Precinct 13. He played Gil in that. And in Sudden Death, he played the role of Hallmark in 1995. And he just did the reboot TV series The Equalizer, where he plays General Franklin Knight. And he did one episode of that this year, season 5, episode 13, A Few Good Women. So Dorian is still working. Yeah.
Thanks for that summary. And I have one episode of Trauma Center on my YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, a crossover to The Fall Guy. And it's called Trauma.
Trauma. Wow.
And Notes About Courage. Trauma was the Fall Guy episode, a season 3 episode where Howie is injured in an accident on the set and he's paralyzed, partially paralyzed, and he's taken to the Trauma Center. And I recorded this back in 1983. This is from my tape. So part 1 was a Fall Guy, and then the next night was Trauma Center, Notes About Courage. And it was the only episode where you saw Howie Munson from Fall Guy, the character of Howie Munson's mother, played by Patricia Crowley. She was in the Trauma Center Resolution episode.
Wow. When they had that, yeah.
They had different scenes shot just for syndication, which I put on my YouTube upload.
Yes, and Joe reminded me that Dorian also played Jesse Owens in a TV movie based on his life when he ran against the German guys in 1936 Olympics.
That's right. And Trauma Center aired on ABC from September 22nd, 83 to December 8th, 1983, with the 3 final episodes never airing. And it was never syndicated, but I have some on film that never aired. But you had James Naughton in the cast, as you said, Dorian Harewood, Wendy Malick, Bill Randolph, Eileen Heckart, great actress. She was in 3 Fugitive episodes, playing the same character, a nun. Let's see, Lou Ferrigno, that was his next role after The Incredible Hulk, as John Six, who is a paramedic. Alfie Wise was his partner in the paramedic van, ambulance, Jack Bannon. Anyway, and it says here, in my book, life was just one disaster after another for the medics of Trauma Center. There were generally 3 or 4 traumas per show, ranging from injured construction workers stuck in a high rise to golfers struck by lightning. I have that episode on film. Victims of an explosion at a singles bar. I have that one on film. A skyscraper climber whose foot slipped, and students mangled when the roof caved in of their high school prom. Youthful Cutter Royce dealt with this anyway. And there's a real good scene with Alfie Wise in the episode Notes About Courage, which is on my YouTube channel, where there's testing the effects of alcohol on driving. And so what happens is Alfie Wise volunteers. They want Cutter, one of the main surgeons, to do it. And he goes, no, I have a bout with alcohol. He goes, if I do this, I'll be drinking for weeks. It'll ruin me. I can't do it. So they give it to Alfie Wise, who is the partner of John Six, Lou Ferrigno's character. He's like, no problem. So they have an obstacle course of cones, and they keep feeding him shot after shot after shot to see and test how his driving diminishes, and it's a really interesting scene. Anyway, it's in Notes About Courage. So
Yeah,
that's all I got to
I
say.
was just reading what Omar said about George. Yes, George was in the movie Basic Instinct with Michael Douglas and Sharon Stone. His character got killed in the movie, and he was only on the first season of Law and Order. His character was killed off in the season 2 opening episode. Wow.
There you go. Just like Sid in Knots Landing was killed off after the season 3 premiere. Sid, remember that actor? Oh God, it just went in and out of my mind. He was in Conquest of the Murray Hamilton. He was in. Is it Murray Hamilton? No, Murray Hamilton. Yeah, Murray. No, not Murray Hamilton. Hang on, let me get Murray. It's Murray. He was in Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. I'm sure that someone in chat will let me know. Hang on.
Don Murray.
Don Murray. Right. Murray Hamilton was the Jaws mayor. Of course, I know Murray Hamilton.
The mayor, right. Don Murray was
Don
the one.
Murray.
Conquest of the Planet of the Apes, who
he got his comeuppance. Yeah, that was a cool movie set in the year 1991.
And his role in that was Breck.
That's what. Yes, very good, excellent. We're a good team.
Well, we're good.
So back to my list. We've gone 2 hours and a half, so we still got some time here. So Trauma Center. I already told you about that. Let me just see if I mentioned anything else in here that I'd written.
Oh, Omar also said Jack Bannon. His mother was B. Benedrette, right from Petticoat Junction. Yes.
Petticoat Junction.
Yeah, which was a great series.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason Trauma Center failed, this is my last thought on Trauma Center. It was up against, again, Magnum PI on CBS and Give Me a Break and Mama's Family on NBC. That's some tough competition right there for ratings. That's why it didn't last. It was a pretty good show too, Trauma Center, but just didn't make it. And I didn't mention when I talked about Lobo, when it was shot in Atlanta, that was the first show Nell Carter did. Nell Carter was a foil for Claude Aiken's character, Sheriff Lobo, when they were transferred by the governor of Georgia to downtown Atlanta from Orleans County, the fictional county.
Yeah.
And who played the governor and voice only was William Shallert, who played the dad on the Patty Duke Show, among many, many other roles. You can hear in the clip I played, you'll recognize that
versions of Patty Duke. I have the old intro to it. I downloaded the intro to the show. Yeah, and one of their major sponsors was Nabisco.
That's right, and Breck shampoo.
Breck shampoo. Yeah, I remember. Also, Joe and Omar were very nice to mention this about Dorian. Joe says Dorian was in my favorite episode of Matlock. Nice. That was filmed in New York City. And Omar said that Dorian, and then Dorian played Alex Haley, father Simon Haley, in Roots: The Next Generation. That's true.
That's right. That's a great role. Excellent anecdote. Thank you, Omar, for adding to the conversation.
And of course, Don Murray.
Don Murray, Murray Hamilton. Oh boy. Okay. Did I mention I'm on cold medicine? Okay. All right. So here's another more recent show. Here's a show from the 2018 to 2019 season on Fox. I thought this was fantastic. It was called The Cool Kids.
The Cool Kids.
The Cool Kids. It was about a retirement community. Vicki Lawrence was in it. Ed Begley Jr. played a guest role. He played actually the Zodiac Killer as a comedy. But what's funny is Vicki Lawrence was Mama's age when she acted in the show on Fox. They gave it a terrible night, Friday night. It should have been on Sunday night, like Murder, She Wrote, which went on for years and years and years. Great time slot for that target demographic, older people, retirees. But The Cool Kids was awesome. Jamie Farr was in it as a semi-regular character. Patrick Duffy was a semi-regular character. John Lovitz was a character who played like a douchey actor at a convention, an autograph convention. But you had Martin Mull, half the cast are unfortunately since then deceased. Martin Mull played one of the regular retirees on that show. And you had the little guy, Leslie Jordan, that he died driving his car off a cliff going to set in the medical episode a few years ago. I love that actor. He was in it. He played a funny gay character in The Cool Kids. It was a fantastic show. David Alan Greer was in the cast, and it aired Friday nights at 8. I think it would have fared much better on Sunday night, but I don't know if you remember that show. It was good.
Yeah, I barely do remember The Cool Kids. And it had a good cast. Yeah.
It was so funny. If you look it up on YouTube, Tom Williams downloaded every episode for me on a flash drive. So I have them. It debuted December I'm sorry, it debuted September 28th, 2018 on Fox. It ended on May 10th, 2019. Just a fantastic comedy, great ensemble cast, well written. And I just loved how they brought back these actors that I just mentioned, like, Ed Begley Jr. from St. Elsewhere that you mentioned earlier.
Right.
And Patrick Duffy from Dallas, and Step by Step. He played the husband of Suzanne Summers' character on that show.
Suzanne Summers. I was just about to say her name. Yes. Played the wife.
So,
yeah.
And then you had also in 2019 a reboot of Beverly Hills 90210, only lasted 6 episodes, titled BH 90210. And they brought back everybody. Shannon Doherty before she died, God rest her soul.
Luke Perry before he died. Yeah.
That's right.
Ian Ziering, all of it. Yeah.
It had an appropriate end date for that disaster. It wasn't very good. It ended on September 11th, 2019. BH 90210.
Wow. And Joe, I just found another side of you. You're telling me you hated Angela Lansbury in Murder, She Wrote? How can you say you hated that, my friend?
Where is that comment?
It's at the very end, after Don Murray.
He said that I hated Murder, She Wrote. Oh, wow. Well, okay, to each their own, That wasn't for you. It wasn't written for Gen X. It was written even for people in the greatest generation and boomers, It was written for old folk.
It's, you know what? You want to hear something funny? The first time I watched Murder, She Wrote, and I recognized Angela Lansbury, I said, "Bed knobs and broomsticks." To my mom, and she goes, "Oh my God, yeah, Walt Disney," and I'm like, the movie, and I'm like, yes.
I didn't want to correct you, but Luke Perry died before that show started. BH.
That show started.
Yeah, he wasn't in it.
So the BH was supposed to be homage to Luke, and yes,
that's right. Who played Dylan McKay on that show? Now, who played Dylan's mother in the classic Beverly Hills 90210? Stephanie Beacham, British actress, played Dylan's mom. Yep.
Oh, okay. Joe said he just hated the premise. Oh, okay.
Of Murder, She Wrote. Oh, thank you, Joe.
She's a writer, but she's also a PI and does.
He didn't buy it. Sounds like he didn't buy it.
Yeah,
he didn't buy it.
That's fine. That's fine. I know Murder, She Wrote had some crossovers. She did a crossover, I think, with Andy Griffith's show. I think.
Matlock.
Or did she do it with
Matlock?
Dick Van Dyke's show.
Yeah. Diagnosis Murder. Yeah, Diagnosis Murder. Yeah.
Diagnosis Murder, yeah. And by the way, Barry Van Dyke, which is Dick Van Dyke's son, also appeared in the crossover episodes that they had with Murder, She Wrote and Diagnosis Murder. Now, I remember that because I watched those 2 episodes.
I have a one that BK on the air, that's his radio show, Barry King had mentioned. I'm going to show you a picture. I'm not familiar with this show, but maybe you are. Let's see if you can speak to the show.
Whoops. We just lost.
I wasn't real familiar with the show. I hit the wrong doggone button. I wasn't real familiar with the show. This is from Barry King of BK on the air. He told me about this. Have you ever heard of this show, Space Rangers on CBS?
Space Rangers. Yeah, and look, it's the lady from Poltergeist. Go into the light. Oh, no, that's not her. That's Linda Hunt. Sorry. I was thinking of the other lady. But the short lady right there is Linda Hunt. Remember, she was in The Killing Fields and all those, the movie, and she did a lot of other series. Yes, I recognize her. Yeah, the very front one, the very small lady, that's Linda Hunt. She was also in Dune. Yeah.
Yes, and that's right. Now, she was in Dune. Listeners, I am putting up on the screen a TV Guide ad, and it says they've got guns, they've got badges, they've got a lot of nerve. Tonight, meet Captain Boone and his crew, Space Rangers, starring Linda Hunt.
Yep.
Series premiere, 7 p.m. on CBS. So that must have been in the Central Time Zone, because that'd be 8 p.m. on the East Coast for sure. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, Linda Hunt was the captain.
Do you anybody remember this show? Anyone in the chat? Well, Joe Guthrie says, well, I remember Jason of Star Command. Yes. And that's a topic I'm going to do with Mikey. Saturday morning TV. That's coming up. I've sort of stayed away from it. We mentioned in passing Lancelot Link and some other shows like The Great Space Coaster last time and some other of the Sid and Marty Krofft variety. But we're going to deep dive into the Saturday morning programming of yesteryear real soon here on the Nostalgic Podblast with Mikey. But okay, cool. So anybody, last call in chat for Space Rangers. Let me look that up.
Was that
It was
what
a
year
request.
did that come out? Was
It
that
in
1993?
Yeah,
Was it
I'll tell you exactly.
Okay.
Right now, because I forgot to research that.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Oh gosh,
Okay.
darn! I cannot stand search engine.
It is.
Search
It's
engine Google.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's
Go ahead.
1993. It only lasted 6 episodes.
No wonder I don't remember it.
And Captain Boone was played by Jeff Cocky. JoJo was Marjorie Monahan. Kerry Hiroyuki Tagawa, who'd been in a lot of Asian films and martial arts, played Zylyn. That's Zylyn. Jack McGee played Doc. Clint
Not to
Howard.
be confused with Jack McGee in The Incredible Hulk. That's a character. This is an actor, Jack McGee, as Doc Kruger.
This is the actor Jack McGee, right? It had Clint Howard, Ron Howard's
Brother?
sibling, there as Mimmer, and Danny Quinn as Daniel Kincaid, and Linda Hunt played Commander Cheneau.
That's right. And it only lasted 4 episodes. 6 were produced, but only 4 aired. You nailed it. 1993. It debuted on January 27th, 1993 in primetime on CBS, not Saturday morning, primetime.
Right.
And the last episode was January 20th, 1993. That can't be right. It says January 27th, 93, but ended. That must be, wait, something is awry in this episode guide I'm looking at. That
It's
can't be.
interesting.
Yeah, it says the first episode was January 27th, 93. That cannot be.
Okay,
It must
let
be
me take a
I know
look.
what it is. I figured out it's December 27th, 92. December 27th, 92. And then the last episode aired January 20th, 93. Got it. Because the first one aired December 27th, 92, and then January 6th, 93, then January 13th, 93, then finally January 20th, 93, and the final 2 episodes of the 6 are unaired. There you go.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is what I'm confused by. If they must have done it in reverse order, or because it looks like three of the episodes they came out on Wednesday nights, and it was one was January 6th, 1993. One that came out the following week, January 13th, and then 2 weeks later, I guess because of the Super Bowl, Wednesday, January 27th, 1993. And there was, they did have one episode on the 20th of 93, but then they waited until 1994 and they did 2 episodes, January 24th and January 31st. That's what it says here in the.
What's your source? What are you looking at?
IMDb. That's what I'm looking at.
Right now. That's a reliable source. Very reliable.
Yeah, and every one of the episodes, believe it or not, are top rated in IMDb. So, one episode was called Fort Hope, and another was called Banshees. Then there was The Replacements. Then there was Death Before Dishonor, and then To Be or Not to Be, and the last one was called The Trial. So they have them out of date order, but those were the 6 episodes in their entirety, how they were mentioned in the show. So.
Fantastic.
Yeah, IMDb. I always consult that. That's like the current shows I'm working on. Like I said, I'm finishing up my last 3 episodes of Red Dwarf. Both episodes 5 and 6. Their seasons usually consisted anywhere from 6 to 8 episodes. But in Britain, they call them seasons. So season 12 has episodes 5 and 6. And then in season 13, there was only 1 episode done, and they called it episode 0. So it was season 13, episode 0. And then after that, they were supposed to do something this year and to start a season 14. Now, here's 2 things I don't know. One is I don't know if they decided to go ahead and start, or the other thing I don't really know is have they even wanted to do it, because according to sources that I know from BBC One and Thames Television, they may no longer be doing it. So Red Dwarf could be over with. And there was no movie ever made from Red Dwarf. No reboot, nothing.
Thames. I always thought it was Thames when I was a kid, but it is Thames. The H is silent in British.
Thames.
BBC.
It's
BBC
Thames.
TV.
Well, it's
British.
actually Thames. The way they say it is Thames.
Very cool. now we're going to go back in time again because I was talking about a couple more recent shows.
Okay.
But we have this one. I wanted to get with both of these girls. I mentioned this last week. Let me just show you the opening to this show. And this will bring back memories. I know you know of it because I mentioned it last week.
You did, yeah.
And I think you know where I'm going with this. And here is the opening to a show called Double Trouble. I wanted to be with both of those girls, and the network kept screwing around with the time slot. I never could find it, and I wasn't alone. It got canceled after 2 seasons. Thoughts?
2 seasons. Well, Pat Richardson, that Joe mentioned, correct, was Tim the Tool Time Taylor's wife in Home Improvement.
That's correct.
You,
That's an
Joe.
early appearance of hers, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Donnelly Rhodes, he did a few. Donnelly Rhodes, I think, was in an episode of the $6 Million Man. I'm not sure. Let me, if you don't mind, I'll take a quick look and see what he's known for.
Okay, fine.
He looks really
tell folks
familiar.
about Double Trouble really quickly. So, Double Trouble starred twins Liz and Jean Segal, the sisters of Katie Segal from Married with Children, who starred as Peg Bundy on that program. The show Double Trouble began on NBC on April 4th, 1984, running through August 21st, 1985. It debuted Wednesday from 9:30 to 10, then was moved a month later to Wednesday from 8 to 8:30, then moved to Saturday, the death time slot, Saturday, 8:30 to 9, and that killed the show. Then for summer reruns, NBC moved it to where it all began on Wednesday from 9:30 to 10, after it had already been canceled. So they ran it there after the show was dead. Dead Girls Walking. Stupid network decision. The last all-new episode aired on March 30th, 1985 of Double Trouble. And those were the 2 versions of the opening theme tune.
Yeah. So Donnelly Rhodes, we did lose him back in 2018. He is a Canadian. He was born in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, and raised. He was an actor, director, and producer. He died at the age of 81. He was born December 4th, 1936, and died January 8th, 2018. He also was in the Royal Canadian Air Force as an airman mechanic. So we salute you, Mr. Rhodes, for being in the Canadian Armed Forces. Let's see. He is known for Macon, the role in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid from 1969. He was in a series for 91 episodes called Da Vinci's Inquest, which ran from 1998 to 2005. I barely remember it, though, but it was a Canadian series. He played Detective Leo Shannon in that. He also was in the sequel to Tron, which is Tron Legacy, and he played Grandpa Flynn, which was, Jeff. I'm sorry. What was it? The guy's name again? Was it Jeff Daniels or not Jeff Daniels? Oh, help me out. Who played the original Flynn? I forgot. Anyway, Grandpa Flynn in 2010, and then in 2002, he was in Snow Dogs, that comedy with the dogs and the snow and everything. He was a race official #1 in that. And the last thing he worked on was on the CW's DC's Legends of Tomorrow. He did one episode in 2016, Agent Smith, on season 2, episode 7, called Invasion. And he also was on The Flash as Agent Smith from S.H.I.E.L.D. So, yeah.
Very
cool.
good.
Yeah.
Now, do you remember the show Superboy by Alexander and Ilya Salkind?
Yes. Barely.
Yeah. It was in syndication,
Barely.
I know. It had 2 different stars. Gerard
Jeff
Christopher
Daniels was Daniels? Okay, thank you, Joe.
Yep.
I was right. Okay.
Yeah, Jeff Daniels. Let me just tell you real quickly. Never mind. We're not going to talk about Superboy because it did last 4 seasons. I forgot about that. So forget it. It started in October 88 and ended in May of 1992 with John Haynes Newton as Clark and Superboy in season 1 and Gerard Christopher seasons 2 through 4 as Clark Kent and Superboy. So I'll just leave it right there because I was wrong.
I gotta say that Smallville was much better. Tom Welling was much better than Superboy.
Oh, yeah, and Rosenbaum is Lex Luthor too. Oh my God, what acting, right? Yeah. And I liked Pa Kent. I think that's my favorite Pa Kent, John Schneider.
Yeah, hello, John Schneider from Dukes of Hazzard.
There you are. Hey, we talked about this last time, Manimal, but since it's in the thumbnail image, I don't want to cheat anyone that didn't tune in last week and just play a little bit of the opening credits in 4K. Well, this will be
sure.
But Manimal, just to recap, it was a 90-minute movie on September 30th, 1983. Then it became a 1-hour show, only lasted 7 weeks as a 1-hour show, starting on October 14th, 83, ending on December 17th, 83. Let's look at the opening to Manimal, which we did not see last time. And here it comes. Manimal. I'll stop it right there because I think I'll get in trouble with the copyright bots. But you could hear in the theme, it sounded like Manimal.
Manimal,
we need you, Manimal. Where are you? I'm sorry, that's annoying as F. Yeah, it sounds like they're saying
and of course that had Melody Anderson from Flash going,
that's it. And I showed her earlier. Listen, that's
Gail Arden, right? Going like, "Go Flash, go!" And
I love that. Go Flash, go! Go Flash, go! Yeah. There she is. And that was not the best hairdo she had in Manimal, by the way. The little perm, the 1983 perm. I couldn't stand it.
Yeah, and Simon McCorkindale, didn't he do another detective? Well, in this, he was kind of playing like a private eye or a detective thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Simon. Yes.
Yeah, but I think he did some other shows as well.
Yes, he did.
I'm trying to remember.
Look him up. Hit your IMDb.
Yeah, I'll look him up. I'll just let you know. I'll let you know if he's
Tron.
Tron. He did.
Tron.
Yeah.
Joe Gutfeld says Tron.
Yeah. Simon.
He says I have the novelization of Tron. Yeah, Tron, that did look like Tron a little bit. Automan was a big ripoff of Tron. Automan was another one-hit wonder. It wasn't even a hit. It was a one-bomb wonder.
Okay, so remember, he played that guy who hunts sharks and died in Jaws 3D.
Yeah, I knew it. I was waiting for. I knew it. I was going to wait for you to say it.
As soon as I saw his picture, I said, "Oh my God, that's the guy from Jaws 3D." And let's see here, actor, producer, director. We did lose him in 2010 at the age of 58. He died October 14th, 2010, and he was born February 12th, 1952, and he was born in Ely, Cambridgeshire, England. Let's see. So in Jaws 3D, of course, he played Philip Fitzroyce in 1983. He did appear in, it says, 59 episodes of Falcon Crest as Greg Reardon. He was in that TV series. He also did, and this was the one I was going to say to you, Counter-Strike. He did that for 66 episodes as Peter Sinclair in that one. And then in the movie Death on the Nile, he played Simon Doyle in 1978. And the last thing he worked on was in 2010, a TV series called New Tricks, where he played Sir David Bryant, and he did one episode called Good Morning Lemmings. Season 7, episode 5.
Lou Gossett Jr. was in Jaws 3D.
But yeah.
Lou Gossett
and
Jr.
in Manimal? Oh yeah, let me see. Shoot, how many episodes did he do in Manimal? Let me take a look at that.
All right. And while you're looking that up,
sure.
Joe Gutfeld says Jaws 3D was the worst movie my dad ever took me to.
Wow. Yeah, in 1983, he did all 8 episodes.
Right.
Just one season.
That's right. And the transformation effects were pretty well done in Manimal.
I think they were doing very well.
Got another one for you, lasted 1 year. Speaking of Lou Gossett Jr., The Powers of Matthew Starr with another Peter Barton and Amy Steele. Remember that show?
Oh, I remember that, Peter Barton, yes.
Peter Barton.
How long did that last?
1 year. Amy Steele was best known as from being Ginny with a G, Ginny, as the only survivor of Friday the 13th Part 2. Actually, not the only, because her boyfriend survived too. But she was the female survivor of Friday the 13th Part 2, the first one, or the only one with Jason in the potato sack mask.
Yeah.
Right before he got the hockey mask. Anyway, I don't know if you're into horror movies or not, but
I am. But Ginny died in her kitchen the first time he wears the hockey mask.
That's no. She didn't die.
No, she did. She got killed. She got killed at the beginning of Friday 13th 3. She didn't?
No, she didn't. They showed her getting carried away in an ambulance. That's the last you saw of her. She made it. That's okay. Alice got the pitchfork in the head, the survivor of the first one in the beginning of Part 2. But no, It showed a recap of in the beginning of Part 3D, Friday the 13th Part 3D, released in 82, shot in 81. You had a recap. Right. It just basically showed the end of Part 2. And I like that she fooled Jason, tricking him into thinking that she was his mother, Pamela Voorhees, putting that terrible sweater on with all the blood and guts. And she goes, and then
they brought her,
get her leg, though.
Do you remember what movie they brought her back? The original lady that played Pamela Voorhees?
Is in Part 2. Yeah.
No. But do you remember what other movie they brought her back for?
I don't know, because I seen her on the Love Boat. But,
Freddy versus Jason.
Oh,
she
my
gosh.
gosh.
Remember?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do.
That was her. Yeah.
The Powers of
You've
Matthew
been a very
Starr.
bad boy, Jason.
Yeah. The Power of Matthew Starr, to answer your question, lasted 22 episodes. It debuted September 17th, 82, ended on March 15th, 1983. Let me look at what the time slot was of The Power of Matthew Starr, because I like to dig deeper and figure out why.
Do you want to hear something that's ironic?
What's that?
Yes. You want to hear about this for knowledge?
Sure.
The original Star Trek animated series lasted for exactly 22 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And Powers of Matthew Starr lasted for that many. That's really ironic.
And that was over 2 seasons. For the Star Trek animated show was actually 2 seasons.
Yeah, over 2 seasons, right?
Over 2 seasons.
22 episodes, yeah.
Looking up Powers of Matthew Starr, by the way, it started on Friday night at 8 on NBC, and then they moved it to Sunday night at 7 for the last month it was on the air for summer reruns in August to September 83. So let me see. So that means when it was all new, it was on Friday nights at 8. What was on Friday nights at 8 in 1982? Well, let's find out. I got my little grid here.
That is novel Bible.
Yeah, it is. It's my TV Bible. It's got everything, awards, Emmy Awards. It's got schedules. So Friday night at 8, The Powers of Matthew Starr. Guess what it was up against? Of course, on CBS, The Dukes of Hazzard.
Come on. And
then
this
it was
has lasted, what, 9 seasons?
Yeah, the Dukes, that would have been 82, 83. Dukes ended 84, 85 season. That was the last season of Dukes. So Dukes had a few more seasons left. And this is after the original Duke boys returned and replaced Coy and Vance, the Scrub cousins.
The Scrubs.
The
I
Scrub
call them
Duke
the
boys.
Scrub actors.
Yeah. But also Powers of Matthew Starr was opposite Benson on ABC and The New Odd Couple. So there you go.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Powers of Matthew Starr. And Peter Barton was a good looking guy. I mean, I'm very secure in my situation in my personal life, but I'm not afraid to say he was a good looking actor. He really was. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
but I mean, going up against Benson and Robert Guillaume and all that wonderful cast, it had no chance. And the Dukes, it had no chance.
No chance. Next one, I did talk about Partners in Crime last week and tonight briefly, Lonnie Anderson and Linda Carter. I'm going to play the opening. I did not play that last time. It only lasted 13 episodes. It was because it was up against The Love Boat. And it was opposite Mike. Another proper show actually didn't last long. Another good one for my list, Mike Hammer on CBS with Stacy Keach.
Mike Hammer, Private
Hammer.
Eye. Yeah, I mean, wow.
Lindsey Bloom was his co-star on that show. But here is the opening. Ooh, Joe didn't like the Star Trek cartoon. I liked it because it brought back the voice actors of most of the original cast, except for one of them.
Yeah.
Be a trivia. Okay, well, let me play the opening to Partners in Crime. I think this is in mono, so it'll just come out of one of your speakers. Do not adjust your television set. We are controlling transmission until the end of this Podblast. However, it's not a defect. It's just the best I could find. This is the 1 and 31 second opening to 1984's Partners in Crime.
This tall brunette, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, was Private Eye Raymond Dashiell Caulfield's first wife. This streetwise blonde and I have only 2 things in common. We were both married to the same man, and we both divorced him. We met for the first time at his funeral. Are you ready for this? He left us his mansion, mortgaged to the hilt, and the Caulfield Detective Agency. And how do we manage? We call the cops a lot.
Poor Eileen Eckhart. She just came off Trauma Center, got canceled after a few episodes, and then she got canceled here too.
I was just about to say the same thing to you, and I was saying, poor Eileen Eckhart.
Yeah, but do you remember her in Alice in season 1? She played Alice Hyatt's mother-in-law. Great 2-part episode. She was so good in that.
That was good. Yes, it was.
Remember that one? That Linda Lavin said, "Go suck an egg, Rose." She couldn't take it anymore. I'll never forget that line.
Yeah, I never got to see one episode of Partners in Crime, but I recognized that it was filmed around San Francisco, my hometown.
Yes, indeed. Oh, and about my trivia, it was Walter Koenig as Chekhov who didn't return to voice his character in the Star Trek animated series, the Saturday morning show.
Is it Koenig or Koenig?
Koenig. I call him Koenig, like Commander Koenig, the fictional character in Space 1999. By the way, I don't mean to be repetitive, but I've told this many times, but I want to show you this. I don't think I shared this with you yet. I was working.
I did tell you, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I did tell you that I really enjoyed your V trailers, the series, the final battle, and then the first episode of the series.
Thanks. I got it in my film print. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it was fantastic. But you need to film. You need to show the trailers from the reboot that came out in the 2000s with Morena Baccarin. Those are great.
But it never happened in my world. It's like Galactica 1980. That's the only reason I didn't do it. I'm joking. It never. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. No, I agree. I can re-edit that. So here's Martin Landau and I having lunch. This is back in 2011 or 2012 on the set of a Lifetime movie where he played Marshall. It was the movie based on the life of Anna Nicole Smith. It was called Anna Nicole. And I play a photographer. It's just a featured background role, but it's just a small scene with me and a photographer and the actress playing Anna Nicole.
Oh,
and so Martin Landau shows up. Martin Landau.
Yeah.
Martin shows up for a fitting, right? He's not even filming a scene. And I'm sitting in the hallway and it's real dark in the hallway. I'm just sitting there and this door opens and there's a light. And then I see Martin Landau and I say, Commander Koenig, just like this, just like in this clip I'm going to play right now from episode 6 in production order of Space 1999. I said it just like this.
Colonel Paul. Commander Koenig.
I said it just like that. That's an episode, Another Time, Another Place from season 1. But he couldn't have been nicer. And I said, would you join me for lunch? And he said, absolutely. And we talked for a long time. And I told him I have most of the episodes on 16 millimeter film of Space 1999. He goes, well, they have them on Blu-ray now, right? And I said, oh yeah, I have it on Blu-ray too, season 1. Yeah, at that time only season 1 was on Blu-ray. I said, I know, but I said there's something charming about film. But he couldn't have been nicer.
Now, Catherine Schell, didn't she appear? Was she in season 1 or did she appear in season 2?
Season 2. But she did appear in season 1. No, you are right. Because she played a different character in season 1. She played an android.
An android in that one party planet pleasure thing.
Correct. It's a takeoff on the Star Trek classic episode This Side of Paradise, where the spores infect the Enterprise crew and they abandon their duties. Similar plot.
I like that. My all-time favorite role that Martin Landau played in was Ed Wood. He was in that movie.
Pull the string! Pull the string! It got him an Oscar, and he should have won an Oscar for Tucker in '89 with Jeff Bridges.
Yes, I agree. Yes, with Tucker, with the automobiles. Yes.
Awesome movie.
Oh, shoot. He was in Shawshank Redemption also. The actor who was in Tucker.
And there's another picture. I think I showed it last time from Partners in Crime. To Joe's point, he says they were both so lovely. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not trying. Look, they're a family show, but that's got to be for triple Z breast or something, pound per pound. My Lord,
did you say triple D maybe?
Yeah, a triple Z. I mean, they say more than a mouthful's a waste. I'm sorry, more than a handful's a waste is a joke, but I'll take it. Jeez. Anyway, I'm sorry.
You know what though? I will. Some people have asked me, well, who was better when Linda Carter played Wonder Woman, and she did modern day Wonder Woman, but before that, she did it against the German guys and bad guys, Bad Woman. Linda Day George, she battled out against, which still one of my all-time favorite episodes from season 1. Her, going up against, the Braun, that Linda Day George's, leader, the female leader. And then when she went against John Saxon, when some of the Germans landed on Paradise Island.
The feminine mystique.
It's also known as their mascara. You gotta remember that too.
The feminine mystique. The feminine mystique parts 1 and 2 to introduced Wonder Girl, Drusilla, played by
Deborah Winger.
I'd have it on film, mint print. And by the way, on my YouTube channel, I have a rare next week preview that's only on my film print. It was never put on the Columbia House VHS, not on the DVD, not on the current Blu-ray. And it says, you hear a voiceover from Linda Carter. This is Linda Carter. Here's some exciting scenes from the exciting conclusion of The Feminine Mystique. And it's a nice over 1 minute trailer. Check it out. And I literally, it's on my film print. So I'm just using my phone. It's very primitive. It's not the best conversion. I'm literally just holding my iPhone to my movie screen. But it's still more than watchable. And that's what I did with V, that little trailer for V, the series. That's from my film print. You can tell. I mean, the quality is marginal, but it's better than nothing. And speaking of V, since you brought it up, and we did talk about it last week, I do have a 2-minute clip from V that's not in that the YouTube video that I put.
Oh,
And I have
sure.
I have a trivia question for you because you worked with Jane Badler in The Highwayman after V ended. And I want to touch on that, not to be repetitive, but have some different questions to ask you about that experience of your life. But here is the second opening to V, the series, with this great announcer who narrated the recap to V, the final battle, and V, the series. And I'm going to ask you now, what is the name of this voice artist that narrates this? Here is the second opening credits to V, the series from 1985.
They arrived in 50 motherships, offering their friendship and advanced technology to Earth. Skeptical of the visitors, Mike Donovan and Juliette Parrish infiltrated their ranks and soon discovered some startling secrets.
Shipping food.
Resistance is all that stands between us and the visitors.
I'm really stumped by the voice of the.
I am too. I should know. I want to know. Ernie Anderson was the great voice of ABC. That was a great voice for NBC, and I don't know the name. I need to look that up. Someone in the chat, please let me know. I thought he was fantastic. A great narrator. So when he goes, they're shipping food. They want the visitors want our water and people as food. But Jennifer Cook, the blonde actress you saw in the credits there, she wound up marrying an executive with Celestial Seasonings Teas. And she was in one of the Friday the 13th movies too.
Oh,
and she was in a movie called Give Me an F, one of those teen R-rated sex comedies. Anyway, good looking woman. So, all right. So V, this is going to lead to something else now. Highwayman. Just to reiterate, for those who weren't here last week, you worked on Highwayman in several episodes. Now you were SAG.
Exactly,
you were
exactly 3 episodes, right?
3 episodes of Highwayman starring Sam Jones and Jacko, Mark Jackson, Jacko, and then Jane Badler, among others in the cast.
And Tim Russ.
And yes, and you were you not SAG after? You have to be a member of SAG to be even a background performer in California, correct?
Right, but the actual whole series was filmed in Arizona, so you didn't have to be SAG.
Oh, okay. You mentioned that last week, and that's right. And I remembered it. That's right. Okay. So they didn't shoot any.
It was filmed all around the Phoenix area and in outer parts. Out, I would say it's considered more like northeast Scottsdale, out by Riata Pass, out by Rio Verde, which is now a community, but it wasn't there back then. Back then, it was the Verde River, which was back there. So they had all of that. Larry had already become SAG because previous to this, he worked on Near Dark and he was a stand-in for the late Bill Paxton. So he worked with him. That was in, I believe, 1986. So when he came to do the series here, he was the a personal assistant to Sam J. Jones. And so, he went around and he acted in every single episode, all 9 episodes of the series. I don't know if Larry was in the pilot 2-hour episode, the first one. I don't know if he was in that, but I know he was in the other 9. He did all 9 episodes. And Jane Badler, like I said, I became familiar with her on my work as an extra. 3 different roles I played: an MP, an army security man, and a regular USO Army Reserve man. And and Jane and we talked during at the commissary we had put on site of the old VFW site there in Phoenix. And I asked her how long it took her for the makeup. She said anywhere from 4 to 6 hours. And then when they got, and that was the first season, and then when they got into the second season of the final battle, it took less than 3. So yeah, less than 3 hours.
But it really was nice to learn that she was very kind to you and others on the set and encouraging and helps you with your performances and your scenes.
She did. Actually, there was a scene that as I mentioned, I had to, but for those of you who weren't here last week, I'll mention it again real quick. So as an Army security man, there is a scene where Greg Molavi, who plays the scientist that kidnapped Winthrop, who was played by Miss Jane Badler, kidnapped her and brought her back to 1945, which was supposed to be July of 1945, where they had the explosion of the first atomic bomb. But Greg Molavi's character went back there to stop his father, who was going to detonate the bomb. He wanted to stop all nuclear war threats and everything from happening by going back and killing his father, who was one of the creators of the Manhattan Project. And so he kidnaps Winthrop. They go back in time, and Jocko goes back with Sam, who is the highwayman. They go back, and they go back to the time frame, and they manage to stop him. And one of my scenes was I was supposed to go over and point a prop gun right at Greg Molavi, to threaten him. And Jane was so kind to come over to me and say, "This is how you should do this scene," just before I was supposed to do it. Because Glenn Larson, for some reason, he was gone that day, or he didn't want to say anything, and whoever was directing the episode itself, it wasn't Glenn, it was somebody else, but they said, let her do it. So she comes over and tells me exactly how I should stand, how I should point the prop weapon, and how I should aim it right at him. So you'll see me, it's for a brief moment, but I'm tall, as tall as I am, 5'6" and a half, or 5'7", and I'm standing there with the prop weapon in my hand, full Army uniform, security guy, just pointing it right at him. Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, after The Highwaymen ended, Jane joined the cast of a show that was already on the air, on a show that only lasted 2 seasons. It was a revival of a very popular show. I'm going to play the opening credits, and look how beautiful and sexy Jane Badler is in this opening credit sequence. And this is one of my favorite orchestrations of this theme song by composer Lalo Schifrin. Check this out. This is the 1988 to 1990 version of Mission Impossible. And check out Jane Badler here in this opening.
Nice.
Badass.
Yeah, that was the reboot of Mission Impossible, which still
Indeed.
had Peter Graves for 2 seasons, and it featured Phil Morris, who was the other Morris who passed away.
The son of Greg Morris. The son of Greg Morris.
Greg Morris. Thank you, Greg. Yes. Greg
And
Morris.
it was shot in Australia, and Jane Badler went there for production and never left. She wound up making a home there, raising a family there, getting married there to someone on the show, and good stuff.
And did you know that Jane Badler became friends with Lucy Lawless?
No,
who
tell
played
us.
Xena Warrior Princess and stuff when
Oh,
she
very
moved to
cool.
Australia. I just remembered that. So I was, yes, she's good friends with both Lucy Lawless and Kevin Sorbo.
And Tal Penglis in the cast, I interviewed him right here on the Podblast about a year or so ago from his home. I mean, not in person. He was at his home in California, and he's of course been on many soap operas. Been on Days of Our Lives. Very prolific actor, going way back, and he was seen there as the disguise master. But let me just tell you that the 1988 to 1990 Mission Impossible aired on ABC TV. There were 35 episodes produced. The first one debuted on October 23rd, 88. And the last one, an all-new episode, aired on February 24th, 1990. And Jane Badler joined the cast in progress. So she replaced another female actor in the cast. But Jane Badler's character was Shannon Reed. She came along in episode 12. She was in episode 12 through the very last episode, 35, replacing Terry. No, who did she replace? She replaced Terry Markwell as Casey Randall, who was in the first dozen episodes.
Cool.
Anyway, so there's that. That's on my list too.
So, any other shows that you could think of, Chance?
No, because we got to wrap soon, I guess. It's been a long time. We've gone over 3 hours. Kolchak the Night Stalker. Great show. Didn't last long. Of course, very memorable. Based on 2 TV movies.
Yeah,
Kolchak.
there was a reboot of Twilight Zone that Forrest Whitaker hosted. That didn't last very long.
No, but The Night Stalker, I won't play a clip, but that was a fantastic show starring Darren McGavin long before he was in A Christmas Story as the dad in that film.
Yeah.
With Messy Marvin. Remember Messy Marvin, the kid who played Messy Marvin in the Hershey syrup ads? He was in Christmas Story. All right, and then another one, I'll just do a quick mention and we'll start to wrap the show. The Invisible Man, 90-minute movie, originally on NBC, May 6, 75, starring David McCollum from The Man from U.N.C.L.E. That was a cool show. It ran from September 8, 75 to January 19, 76. Jump in if you want to say anything about any of these shows, Kolchak or The Invisible Man. Hey, you just gloss over those. Those are 2 really cool sci-fi shows.
I want to gloss over a couple of Fox ones that fell through. There was Dollhouse. There was Alcatraz. I won't say Gotham because I know Gotham lasted for more than 3 seasons. But the other 2 I mentioned only lasted at least 2 seasons. Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, technically lasted 2, was going for a 3rd, but they decided to go ahead and do Terminator Salvation with Christian Bale as John Connor. And what they did was, instead of having a cliffhanger at the very end of the series, they went right to the movie. So where it goes is from the series to the movie a few years later where John has grown up. So
I love Summer Glau. Summer Glau
was great in that series.
Yeah. And I even like Terminator 3, the movie with another female Terminator. That was really cool. Christina Loken.
Oh, yeah.
That was cool.
Christiane. Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of reminded me of, it was their take on Species.
Yeah.
With Hestridge, Nastasia Hestridge or whatever.
I got it. Christiana Loken. Yeah.
That's it. Got another one for you. This is a really cool show starring Christopher George, The Immortal, about this guy with immortal blood. He was a race car driver, and these rich people are after him so they can become immortal, and they want to kill him and get a transfusion of his blood. That was a really cool show. Started as a TV movie of the week on September 30th, 1969, then became a weekly series a year later, beginning on September 24th, 1970, running Thursday nights from 10 to 11 on ABC until September 8th, 1971. The last new episode aired January 14th, 71, titled Brother's Keeper. The time slot for reruns of The Immortal was May to the end of September 71, and it was moved to Wednesday nights from 9:30 to 10:30 against the Dean Martin Show on NBC and the second hour of the CBS Thursday night movie. I love that show.
Yeah, I just want to come up with one last thing here. Do you think that The Immortal might have eventually led to Highlander TV series?
Yeah, I do.
The movies did so well because...
Did you ever see The Immortal? It's on DVD, official DVD. Have you ever seen
I
that?
have not seen it, but is it available on YouTube?
Yes, it should be. I haven't checked that because I own the DVDs, but really good.
Okay.
Christopher George was a Marine. He died sadly of a heart attack in '83. He was married to Linda Day George. Carol Lindley was in the pilot.
George, yeah.
Very, very well done show. I think you'd really, really enjoy it. And of course, he was in, the Rat Patrol.
Right.
It was actually an accident, a vehicle rollover incident in 1967 on the Rat Patrol is thought to be a contributing factor to Christopher George's death. Scar tissue developed on his heart improperly. He was 52 years of age when he died, and he enlisted in the Marines at age 17 in Jacksonville, Florida, lying about his age.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay. So, alrighty. So let's get to. You want me to go first, or you
Please.
go first?
No, you go. Let's take turns. I've been talking too much.
Oh, nah. I've been talking. I'm a chatterbox, so I talk way too much. She'll tell you. Anyway, so next week, so actually on Sunday, I'll be co-hosting along with our friend Gorilla's Random Thoughts. We'll be covering Back to the Future 3. It's kind of a statement against some guy who we shall not name. He's kind of an enemy of our channels, but suffice it to say, he has this thing called the grandfather paradox that he kept talking about with time travel. And we're just saying this is just a smack in the face to that.
Very cool.
And I own all 3 Back to the Future films, so I'm very happy with that. So Back to the Future 3 in the Wild Wild West. That's what we'll be doing on Sunday. Monday, I will be covering, like I said, my very last 3 reviews from IMDb background information for Red Dwarf, and that will end that series. And then on Tuesday, just for Tuesday next week, I will be doing 2 episodes of the original TOS Star Trek, and also from season 2, and 2 episodes from season 2 of Get Smart, that great spy genre show, which lasted 5 seasons, by the way. And then on Wednesday, I'll be interviewing on a podcast from my channel, Mikey Sus 4. I'll be interviewing Curtis Selby, who is known as the voice of Northern Oklahoma. He has one of the most polite political discourse channels on YouTube. He acknowledges everybody in the chat, and he talks about just about anything. So I'm going to interview him personally next Wednesday, hopefully around 3 p.m. Eastern time is the time I'm shooting for. And then, I do Twilight Zone 4 episodes with Gorilla on Thursdays. And we have 4 more episodes to cover next Thursday. So
yeah. Great. Well, I can take a hint. You probably got to go. It's been 3.5 hours. I mean, I'm sure you've got to run.
I'm okay. No, I'm okay. Go ahead and.
I'm almost done. But what is your favorite Back to the Future movie? Joe Gutfeld in New York State is commenting Back to the Future 3 was the best of the sequels. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
My favorite is part 2, just because I like Biff. I think Biff is just a crazy character.
In the middle. Yeah. Most of us have said that the second one so far is probably the best of the 3, because the first one introduces the characters kind of in a way. I like the third because some of the scenes were filmed in Tombstone, Arizona.
Oh, yeah. And they filmed at the same time.
The train, the whole thing. Yeah. Some were filmed around Tombstone, Arizona, and Tucson, old Tucson studios. So, yes. I'm glad that Zemeckis went there, and I enjoyed it. And I mean, I thought it was very good. Yeah, especially at the end, what the train does. And then they show, because we have the movies, they showed the special effects. This is one of the few times they still used miniatures in a film. They did use a little bit of CGI, early CGI, but they had the miniature of the train coming down off the track and doing the whole crash thing. Spoiler, and for people who've never seen it, and it is one of the best special effects in the entire, because it was both, like I said, practical miniature effects, a little bit of CGI, and a little bit of visual effects, and it was done so well. So yeah,
I go back and forth. Yeah, I agree. Between the first and the second is my favorite. Joe Gutfeld says his favorite was the first. He said the third was his favorite sequel, but the first is his favorite. Got to go with the original. I go back and forth, but. Yeah, I love Tucson. I've been there twice, and they shot Back to the Future 2 and 3 at the same time, just like Superman 1 and 2 by Donner back in 1977. Right. Have you ever played the Back to the Future pinball machine by Data East from 1989?
I did play it. I did play it.
Yeah,
cool. I love that. Yeah.
Are you a pinball guy? I never asked you that.
Am I a pinball wizard? No.
I mean, do you like pinball? And
I
I'm
love
not asking if you're
pinball,
good at
but
it.
I'm not a very good player. No.
Well, I'm not asking what your skill level. I was just wondering if you liked it. Okay, so
I'm average. I'm not Tommy, okay? I mean, Tommy was a mean pinball, you know.
that's right. That's right.
You got
So
that.
let me just shift gears. Okay, another one, Speed Racer. That was a 52 episode deal. I loved Speed Racer, the cartoon. That's all I got to say about that. Aired locally here on WTCG, WTBS, the Superstation 17 Atlanta. Then, of course, on the Cartoon Network. It seems like it's never been off the air. I love Speed Racer. A good Jeff animation.
I didn't like the reboot live action that they did for Speed Racer. Even though I'm a big fan of John Goodman. Don't get me wrong, but was just wrong. I'm sorry, it was just wrong.
It missed.
But I love the animated series. Go, 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 Speed Racer. Yeah.
He's the demon on wheels.
He's the demon on wheels.
He's a demon and he's gonna be chasing after someone. Yeah. And I like the Space Giants. Are you familiar with that? 52 episodes of that as well.
That was
Remember
good,
that one? I have a quick clip if this will bring back a memory. It sounds like you're familiar with it, but here's a quick clip from the Space Giants. Let's watch.
Does it register anything? No. She doesn't possess the item you're seeking.
You know very well what I am looking for, so don't make it any more difficult for yourself. I want that locket you took with you when you escaped from the planet Kual.
Rodak, I hate you.
Hate?
Golda, I'll beat you one of these days.
If you don't give me the locket this instant, I'm going to release my monster Terron.
It's here?
Look for yourself. Happened to your planet, Kual? The exact same thing is going to happen to Earth if you don't do as I say. Tell me where the locket is or I release Terron.
Attention! Earthlings were just located at this training center.
Earthlings? Catch them, whoever they are.
Are you hurt? I'm okay.
Huh? What's this?
Oh, the whistle.
Get him!
Lita!
Now that you know what operation is going on here, the two of you must be destroyed immediately. This training center is something that no Earthling must ever know about. It is to your misfortune that you have discovered it. Destroy them!
I've been waiting the area. A long time. Give the room. So have I, Rodak. Ready?
Wow.
It's like, why don't you
Space
play the whole
Dance.
episode? That's
Yeah,
a long clip.
you gotta love Toho Limited for those monsters. We should do a show about just Toho's, like creating all those different monsters. The way
I
they
think
did.
it's a great idea. I think it's an awesome idea. Yep.
Yeah.
And there were just 52 episodes, and there was an ending where Rodak was defeated. Spoiler alert. And then
Ooh.
there's
Hey,
this
I
one. This
wanna-
is a much shorter clip, 30 seconds. But this is another show in the vein for what you're talking about. I am game, sir. Let's do it. Remember Spectre Man?
I remember Spectre Man. I also remember Ultraman.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I don't have an Ultraman clip, but here's a quick clip at the end credits of American Spectre Man with this song by, I think it's Sills, Todd, and it's in the end credits. I forget the name of the artist. These are American Garage Band did this song. I like it.
Spectre Man! Spectre Man! In a flash, like a flame, faster than a plane, a mystery with a name, Spectre Man. Power from space, he'll save the human race, yet they'll never know the face of Spectre Man. We will never know the source of his power and his force as he guides this planet's course. Spectre Man.
Yeah, and Cold Gems was a conglomerate of Columbia Records and Screen Gems.
Very good.
So
Wait, have some sad breaking news. Tristan Rogers has died from General Hospital. Played
Oh,
Scorpio.
no.
Were you a soap opera person or your wife at all?
No, she and I know we were really into soap operas much. We did a show earlier today before this one. We did 4 episodes from Dark Shadows, which lasted for 5 seasons, with Jonathan Frid playing Barnabas Collins. That was my very first growing up as a kid. Was my very first soap opera I really enjoyed because I watched it with my mom practically from when I was first born until I was 6.
Oh, wow.
And then they came back and in the reruns and stuff. That was my first one. The only other one I really watched was Bold and the Beautiful with Ridge. Ridge was my favorite character on that show for like 2 seasons, and then it went bad. So yeah, I didn't watch very many soap operas. My mom was kind of into it. I mean, she liked all my children, One Life to Live.
Oh yeah, all my
General
kids.
Hospital. Everybody loved General Hospital back then.
Yeah, I've said this many times. 1981 was the best year in General Hospital's existence because you had the Luke and Laura wedding, beating the ratings of Lady Di and Prince Charles, and then you had Rick Springfield. You had Elizabeth Taylor on in the cast. You had Blackie, played by John Stamos. You had Demi Moore. I mean, it just was a big year, 1981.
Yeah, it was really good, but actually, still the greatest ending to a show is still the final show of MASH. Goodbye Forever and Amen.
Oh, for sure. Oh, absolutely. I was just talking about soap operas, but absolutely, I could never debate that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
that one was the greatest one ever. Like, they had the highest rated. It was the highest rated show ever on television and of anything, drama, sitcom, anything. and it was the best ending ever. And okay, here's one thing I gotta say, and spoiler alert, but I'm sure it's not a spoiler because I'm sure everybody has seen this episode. It's available on YouTube in its entirety, no ads, the entire episode. Okay, and at the very end, as Hawkeye Pierce is taking off in the helicopter, the thing that his friend BJ Honeycutt left him was goodbye in rocks, all on the bottom of the, because he didn't say goodbye to him at all through most of the episode. Didn't understand why, because he just got out of the loony bin, right, with, his thing. And, and he goes up, sees it, and that just, his expression completed the show perfectly, and then they fly out from the helicopter, and that was it. So
big 3-hour finale. Absolutely.
3 hour.
1983. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's out there. It is. It's available on YouTube with no ads. Find it. I have it. I downloaded it. Yeah.
Speaking of ads, but I have this with the ads. I have the final episode of The Fugitive, The Judgment, parts 1 and 2, two-parter with the original commercials on reel-to-reel film. I've kept it off YouTube. I may have to go ahead and put it on there. I don't know if they'll let me put the show because of the CBS Paramount owns the rights to The Fugitive, so it may get blocked by copyright, but I could probably just put the commercials.
Because now the merger, right? Has that gone through officially?
I think so. I think the FCC probably has to approve it, but don't quote me on that. But yeah, it's going through. I don't think there'll be a hiccup with that acquisition.
So who are the three involved in that? It's Paramount, Skydance, and is it Columbia Pictures?
I don't know. Yo no sé.
Oh,
Yo
okay.
no sé. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
I know those two
Hey,
players,
let's just say
obviously,
that in Spanish. I knew what you were saying.
CBS Global. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure.
Yo no sé, señor.
Yeah. I don't know, sir.
Yo no sé.
No sé, señor. Let's see. So where am I with my list here? I think we're about done. We already talked about Battlestar
Georgia last time I checked.
We talked about Battlestar Galactica, so we don't have to rehash that. I don't know why I have this on the list. I should have scratched it, but we talked about Galactica 1980. The last Galactica 1980 aired August 17th, 1980. That was a repeat. And then Galactica was off the scene until the revival, in 2003 on Sci-Fi Channel, Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, they brought that back. And then I already mentioned to you, after they did the first two movies of Westworld and Future World, then they tried a Westworld TV series for 6 episodes. Only 4 of them, I think, aired. 2 were unaired, and then they came back. They did become aired as summer replacements on NBC, and that was only for 6 episodes. And then we had to wait all those years until HBO came up with the Westworld series, and which had Sir Anthony Hopkins in it. So
it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, but only the first season. But only the first season of that is brilliant. Everything after it is total schmoot. So yeah, just watch the first season.
No, it's Felger-Karp. It's Felger-Karp. That means
it's Felger-Karp
in Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, and frack means F-U-C-K. Yeah, and
it's a fracking mess.
Fracking mess. By the way, about V, I already played the clip. I meant to mention this. The V series debuted on October 26th, 84, and it ran through July 5th, 1985 on NBC Friday nights at 8, when everyone was at the high school football game. Then NBC moved it from 9 to 10 Friday night, even worse, and then they moved it back to 8 p.m. Fridays, and then to 9 p.m. again that same night. So they just played ping pong with the time slot on that Friday night. It was stupid scheduling. And it was opposite the Dukes of Hazzard on CBS and Benson and Webster on ABC.
But
then it was
it's still a great cast members. I'll just mention 3 off the top of my head. Mark Singer, Beastmaster, among other things that he did. Faye Grant, who was in The Greatest American Hero. And then you had Robert Englund, who of course we all know is Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street. So,
and one thing I noticed in the narration from that NBC narrator, I need to find out his name. I was hoping you knew, but we'll learn together. Is that sometimes the character was Julie Parrish that Faye Grant played, but I noticed in some of the narration he says Juliet. Many times he refers to it as
Juliet. I know, and that was a mistake.
Right, because in the am I wrong? Right. Thank you so I'm not doubting my reality. In the episode, in the final battle, and the original miniseries and the series, it was always Julie Parrish, Dr. Julie Parrish, not Juliet. Am I right?
Right, it's not Juliet, it's Julie Parrish.
It's not. And,
Let
and the
me-
narrator says, I like that though. He says Juliet. It's just a neat little variation. It's like an alternate universe.
Okay,
kind of
yeah. Let me do one last final check to see who
Okay.
the narrator was for the V series.
Oh,
for V.
thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely.
They had a different guy did the recaps for V, the original miniseries, wasn't as good as that second guy.
Okay, it says the. Okay. No, that's V. Okay.
You got the 2009
Google
one?
gets me, and I'm like, and then I'm saying, no, not V for Vendetta, which
Siri.
is actually a very good movie, by the way.
Right.
Unless you take Natalie Portman out of it, then it's better. But anyway, let's see. Hold on for a second. Okay, for V, the TV series, that's what I should have said.
V, the series.
Okay, the series, yeah. Okay. Kenneth Johnson himself.
No, that's not him. That's wrong.
No,
That's-
well, it
I
says
knew it.
here the narrator for the TV series V
That's
is
wrong,
Kenneth
though.
Johnson.
There are some errors on IMDb. No, that's an NBC narrator that narrated the season part 2 of
No,
season 1.
I'm actually looking from Bing. I'm not on IMDb. I'm
Okay.
actually looking on
That
Bing.
is BS. I'm calling BS on that.
Okay, all right. Well, then we call BS on Bing for that one.
Let me see. Let me look up. Let me try to look it up a different way. NBC
Okay.
narrator.
Yeah. Yeah, because it says for the TV series that Kenneth did it for the 83 to 84 TV series.
Who the hell was that voice artist? NBC narrator, AB promos.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to find. Let me see.
I know. That's why I said when I pulled it up and it said Kenneth Johnson, I said, well, that's interesting. The creator and director of it.
That's not him. I know his voice like the back of my hand. Let me see
Yeah.
here.
And I know it wasn't William Conrad. I know that. Because William Conrad did do narration for other things. And as I said, I know it wasn't John Ashley because he did 4 episodes of 18. So, I mean, 4 seasons episodes. What am I saying?
I mean, look,
Four-
you're fine. You're
four
fine.
seasons.
Voice talent. I'm just trying to think of different keywords. Narrator, voice talent. I'm saying NBC narrator, voice talent, 1984 promos. Let me see. All right, here we go. Townsend Coleman. It's on IMDb. For 16 years, he was the voice of NBC's must-see TV and comedy night done right. That might be him, might not. And then I see Jackson Beck.
Huh.
Oh, my God. Let me see something.
I think Townsend Coleman sounds more likely, though.
Yes.
Because he was the one that did announcements. He did announcements for Must See TV a lot. Oh, and he also did some of the early, the Sunday night movie thing that went the yeah. I think that was him.
Townsend Coleman. I'm going to look him up on YouTube. Keep talking, and I'll play a clip, and then we'll know for sure. I'm going to do it that way. Townsend Coleman.
good.
He did one of the voices of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon characters. Okay, that's got to be him. Let me look up Townsend Coleman on YouTube.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to? Why don't you promote your channel real quick while I look this up so there's not dead air?
Oh, yeah, I already did.
I know you did, but in case someone tuned in late or something.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, next week I finished Red Dwarf on Monday. That'll be at 12 noon Eastern. Tuesday, I do my 2 episodes of TOS and Get Smart, which are still 2 more series I got to finish. And that'll start at 12 noon Eastern. Wednesday, around 3 p.m. Eastern, I'm hoping to be able to interview my friend Curtis Selby, the voice of Northern Oklahoma, and also a great political discourse creator on YouTube with his own channel. And then on, next Friday, Twilight Zone on Thursday with Gorilla. Friday, I'll be doing the Waltons with Gorilla, because we can move this to Saturday if you want. Probably
Cool.
better with what your friend said.
That's
So
what
we can move it
one
to
of my
Saturday
moms
afternoon.
said.
That's perfect for me. Sometimes though, on every other Saturday, like on weekends, I usually will occasionally co-host with another wonderful lady. Her name is Charlotte Nightstar, the werewolf. She goes, ooh. And every 2 weeks,
Werewolves in London.
Saturdays and Sundays, she does some of her shows just regular, live streams and things from like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, her time, to about 4 p.m. So if we do this show at 7:35 p.m. on Saturdays, the same we've done it these last Fridays, that's perfect. That would be perfect.
Great. And Joe Gutfeld, yeah, he loves trivia. We should get back to doing trivia. I mean, you would be great. We could play trivia against the chat. Like I always come up with some trivia questions. I have some right now. I could do a couple questions, but my gosh, I've gone almost 4 hours. But all right, here comes the clip. Let's learn together if that's who this guy is.
Let's see.
It's almost. Give it 2 seconds. 3, 2, 1. It's processing, as they say. And then after you sign off, I have a quick review of Alien Earth, a new show on FX channel, which is streaming on Hulu, in the Alien movie franchise, but on television. Okay, here's a 57-second clip. Let's see if this is the gentleman we're talking about.
Oh, gosh. I started doing voiceovers when I was on the radio in Cleveland. I was a disc jockey for about 10 years in the Cleveland market, and started doing freelance voice work on the side. And years ago decided that, because I've been doing a lot of theater on the side as well, that I wanted to be done with radio and move out to LA and take a shot at the whole acting thing. And so that's what led me to LA. And 6 months after I got there, I got this off chance audition for a show called Inspector Gadget. Went and auditioned for this thing, got this part of Corporal Cape Man in the series, and that's what kind of made me fall into cartoons. It wasn't something that I had planned on doing, but it happened, and so I sort of chased it after that. And
it sort of snowballed, one cartoon into the
kind of snowballed, and I've had a ball ever since.
That's not him. That's not him. The mystery continues. I'll have to next week we'll figure out who this is.
I will look it up. I will look it up, and I will try to get you the definitive answer. So are we saying we're going to do this together, my brother, on next Saturday?
Yeah, what time would be good for you if we did
same
it
time if you want to go, 7:35 p.m.
Okay, 7:30. And then we're going to wrap here. I'll wrap with you, and then I'm going to just play a movie review, and then I'm going to sign off because it's a really long show, 4 hours. Who has time to listen to a 4-hour show? But
but I always stay to listen to your review at the end.
That's so cool. It's going to be JT, of course. But by the way, Voyagers was one. Just to wrap on the TV shows that lasted 2 years or less that are memorable. Voyagers, October 3rd, 82 to July 1st, 83. It aired Sunday nights from 7 to 8. John Eric Hexum, the ill-fated gentleman we talked about last time from Cover Up, who shot himself in the head with a blank, and Mino Palou starred. Okay. And then Cover Up, we talked about that last week. Okay, so I don't need to go there. I don't know why it's on my list. Yeah. And then we have Tour of Duty.
And there was a trivia question. Just wanted to quickly mention. I don't know if we caught it before, but Joe Gutfeld asked me what Al Pacino film John Goodman was in, and I would have said Sea of Love from 1989, but he already answered it himself. It's up there on his.
There it
is. Sea of Love.
Very cool. All right, so
and that was a song by Robert Plant and the Honey Drippers. A remake of Sea of Love. It was a cover. Yeah.
Yeah. Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin. Tour of Duty was a show from September 24th, 87 until April 28th, 1990. Lee Majors was in it. It was an American military drama TV series based on the Vietnam War. It was broadcast on CBS. That was a really good show about Vietnam. And then that's it.
Did we talk about China Beach, which had Dana Delaney in them?
Oh, I love Dana Delaney, and I've seen her in person on the set of Tulsa.
I thought China Beach only lasted about 2 seasons.
I'll look it up. She's a phenomenal actor. She looks fantastic. She's 69 years of age right now, and she's on Tulsa King, which streams on Paramount Plus, of course.
Oh yeah, with I've seen. By the way,
Sylvester
folks,
Stallone.
if you get a chance, if you've never seen any of the Tulsa King episodes with that famous Sylvester Stallone playing the lead role of the mobster in the area, Tulsa, Oklahoma, catch the recaps of all first 3 seasons of Tulsa King. It's available right now on YouTube. Just type in, say Tulsa King, Stallone, recap episodes, and you can watch all 3 seasons.
Not 3 seasons. I got to correct you. Season 3 is not dropped yet.
Okay, 2 seasons. Then.
2 seasons. And China Beach lasted 4 years, 4 seasons. It ended July 22nd, 1991. It began April 26, 88. So it had a nice run, but the first season was only 8 episodes. The second one was 17 episodes. Third one was 22 episodes full season. And the fourth season was 17 episodes. So of China Beach, there's 64 episodes in all, 60 minutes apiece.
Okay,
cool.
so that's more than, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I just want to quickly mention it.
No need to apologize. It's all good. I mean, you're not all knowing. I'm not all knowing. We're just fans, we're just having fun having a conversation.
We are I have to say to everybody in the chat, you can't find more than 2 of the biggest fans of TV. We are pop culture incarnated. We watched almost everything you would consider terrible, fantastic, above the board a little bit, the little meh, a little middle. But I mean, we saw so much, and you know what? I'm thankful. I mean, I felt bad as I was growing up watching lots of pop culture shows, things of that music and things like that. But then I realized the big part of these wonderful YouTube creations like Chance Bartel's show, Nostalgic Podblast, is that we can recap and recapture the wonderful memories that we have of these shows. And who knows, maybe a brand new writer or a brand new producer or anybody out there that likes to write a screenplay will get ideas from these shows and come up with something original and creative. Let's hope for that.
That's great. And I think I may have the answer to the voiceover artist. I'm going to try to pull this clip before we sign off. Danny Dark, who sadly is no longer with us. It looks like it might be Danny Dark. Let me see if I can I can't even find a damn clip.
Yeah.
Danny
Thank
Dark.
you, Joe. Good night, guys, he says. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's been late. Let me see here. Danny Dark expert. Okay. Oh, let me see how long this clip is. Oh, shoot. It's too long where I can't play it. Just a second. Danny Dark. Okay, Danny Dark voiceover. This is going to be it. This is a 1985 30-second spot. This will solve the mystery. And I like that name, Danny Dark.
I like that too.
All right, so it's coming right up. Apologies to your wife keeping you away this long. I mean, it's Friday night.
Oh, no.
She might want to watch a movie.
I'm a night owl. I stay up most of the time. And I go to bed early in the morning and sleep for a little while.
You're so generous with your time. I'm so grateful to find you.
I am here for you, sir. If you want to make me permanent co-host, I love that. Because we're talking about things we love. This is great. Pop culture is our thing. It's our lifeblood. It's our breath. We've been involved. I'm happy to say, it's and I crossed off a few things on my bucket list. I worked on a movie, Showdown, in 1993. I worked on Highwayman for 3 episodes of 10 full episodes of the show for 1 whole year over the course of a summer, and that was just fantastic. And I can say I've done that now. I've even done a music video. It's on YouTube. It's called We Are Warriors, and I sang in the background for that. So, and I've sang with bands, and I got to sing with the Little River Band back in the 90s. I'm telling you, man, I have lived a good life. And I want to share the memories with everybody. It's just a good thing.
Very nice. Well, I have the RCA commercial pulled up. If this is the same voice that did that V season 1 part 2 opening I played earlier in the show, we'll know together. Is this Danny Dark? Let's find out right now.
Who has taken complete control and placed it at your fingertips? RCA, with an amazing VCR that asks you what you want to record and when, in simple language, right on the screen of your TV. So, what you select on screen with this advanced remote control, you'll get on videotape. The world's first remote programmable VCR. Only from RCA. Technology that excites the senses.
Ta-da!
That's him.
That's
him. Danny Dark. Okay.
Now I got to look him up real quick. His Wikipedia. Danny Dark. Oh, God rest his soul.
Danny Dark. Who would have guessed?
See, we learned together, buddy. This is so cool. I'm excited.
Oh, and one last thing I want to say before I go. Thank you, all 300 of our wonderful subscribers. That was the goal we were hoping for. We reached it a couple days ago, and I know that a lot of you here at the Podblast went over there and hit the subscribe to Mikey Sue's Force. So on behalf of myself and my beautiful wife Suzanne and our beautiful kitty cats, we want to thank all of you for supporting us for all these years we've done. We've only done streaming for 2 years, but we've been here on YouTube for 8 years, and I've been on YouTube myself for almost 20 years. It'll be 20 years next year in June. We'll have to celebrate that for sure. 20 years as a YouTube creator. So I want to thank everyone for getting us to that 300 goal. Our next goal is 350 subscribers. So as we say for both Chance and myself, please hit that like button if you love this today. Don't forget to hit subscribe. And when you hit subscribe, please hit that notification bell, this thing right here. And make sure you do it so that way you'll be notified of every time a podcast, webcam, or live stream comes on board. And please, last but not least, please share this with everybody you know. All your friends, all your family, all your acquaintances, even the dogs and cats that live with you at home. Just share it away. There you go.
Love
That's
it. Love it.
What I can think of.
And here's a picture of Danny Dark, by the way. Can't see his mouth, but that's Danny Dark. And what a great voice talent. He's up there with Ernie Anderson and ABC. Real quick, he was born December 19th, 1938, the year that Action Comics #1 was released to the public, introducing superheroes and Superman to the public. He passed sadly on June 13th, 2004. Obviously, he was a voiceover artist. He had memorable lines in advertisements for Budweiser like "This Bud's for you" and "Raid, Ant and Roach Killer." Raid kills bugs dead. Starkist Tuna, sorry, Charlie, and Parquet margarine from Kraft. The flavor says butter. Anyway, so he was born in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and he was 65 years of age when he passed away, sadly, in Los Angeles from a pulmonary hemorrhage. Wow. Just his voice work was just immense. But I'm going to talk about him later in a future Podblast. Danny Dark. Glad I could learn who he was. Great talent.
Yes.
Rest in peace.
And of course, I also want to dedicate this whole Podblast today to Mr. John Ashley, who did 4 seasons of the greatest TV show, in my honest opinion, I'd ever seen in my life, The A-Team. I just did a review of his very last episode, season 4, episode 23. It was the very last episode he ever did the intro, and after that, everything went to crap.
Very good. Well, I guess I'll let you go. I really appreciate your time. Here's a cool picture as I sign off. There's John Chambers, the special effects man from the original Planet of the Apes, with some Dr. Smith heads from a season 3 episode, The Space Destructors. He's presenting his work to Jonathan Harris. He'd done a mold of his face, and Jonathan Harris was claustrophobic. Reportedly, it was really difficult to get him to do that mold of his face, but he did do it. And I love that picture I found.
And I remember the last thing about John Chambers before I go is that he got awarded an honorary Oscar for his work on the Planet of the Apes because he was the first to create ape makeup. And it was for visual effects. It was for makeup and visual effects, something that had never been mentioned before in previous Oscar telecasts. But because John Chambers put out everything he did for the original Planet of the Apes, he got an honorary Oscar for that. So.
Very good. Well, Mikey, it's been a pleasure. I really appreciate your time, and we'll see you on Saturday. I will write you with the details, and we'll come up with a topic. I think we talked this topic to death in a good way.
Yes. But in a good way, in 2 parts, and that's awesome, and we'll keep that in our memories, and I hope all of you get a chance to rewatch. If you haven't had a chance, please rewatch both part 1 and part 2. Do part 1 first, then watch part 2. So,
I'll link it. I'll put it together as a playlist, and, maybe you should come up with a topic. We don't have to talk about it or decide right now, but we could talk about something movie related, music related, toy related. We probably like the same toys growing up. We'll come up with something nostalgic. That
sounds very good. Sounds awesome. Chance, my brother, thank you. I'm proud to call you my brother. Thank you so much for allowing me again. I'm honored and blessed to be a part of your show. And now to be a permanent co-host, that means the world. So thank you.
Okay, well, good night, Mikey.
Take care.
All right, bye.
Bye. God bless.
Mikey, what a great guy. So I just have a few other topics to go over. 3D. I had asked in the Nostalgic Podblast social platforms, what's your favorite 3D movie? I found this neat little poster. Look at that. That's a Woody Woodpecker 3D cartoon. Look, watchers and listeners, I'll just tell you about it. It's from the Hypnotic Hick in Technicolor. That was a 3D Woody Woodpecker cartoon. It's absolutely hilarious. I don't think you'll find it on YouTube. Universal owns the rights to the Woody Woodpecker cartoons, even the ones by United Artists, and they're pretty particular about sharing on social media. So I can't show you the actual cartoon, but it is really, really funny. It had the buzzer in it, Buzzer, the antithesis, the villain to Woody Woodpecker. And it's really amazing. And the 3D effects, even if you're not watching an actual 3D, you can see what they were trying to do. And it's really well done. So I recommend that. And it was part of this double bill. Look at that. Wings of the Hawk Western with a Woody Woodpecker 3D cartoon, and KL Studio Classics did a 3D film archive Blu-ray going back to the original masters, the 35 millimeter 3D masters. So look for that at an online retailer near you. I doubt you'll find it at a brick and mortar. Look at Amazon. It's KL Studio Classics 3D. Really good stuff from them. All right, so to review, we said goodbye to Danielle Spencer, better known as D. Thomas in What's Happening. And then we concluded our two-part special on TV shows that lasted 2 seasons or less that are still memorable, including Project UFO that we talked about last time, among many others. And that was with Mikey, who acted as a background performer actor, or extra, if you will, on The Highwaymen, among other projects. I think that was an awesome experience for him based on his passion when he talks about it. Even though that was back in the late 80s, he remembers it like it was yesterday. So I appreciate him sharing that with me. He'll be back. I guess we'll go this Saturday. We'll say 7 o'clock instead of 7:35, I guess, just to get a little earlier. But I'll be against Open by Chance, and they have a huge fan base, and I like them, and I like to watch them as well. So, Keebs, I'm going to have to think about this and talk to Mikey, because I just realized I would be against Open by Chance, and I like that husband and wife team, Open by Chance Toys YouTube channel. Maybe Mikey will let me go a little earlier, like around 4 or 5 in the afternoon Saturday. That would be perfect if he would allow that, if we could make that happen. That would actually be really, really good. I'll see what Mikey says. So let me just make sure I covered everything. I just can't tear myself away even after 4 hours. I want to make sure I showed everything I prepared, all the clips, all the photos. I think I did. I'm good on the photo side. Let me look at my clips and make sure I showed everything that I'd prepared. Oh, the movie review. I almost forgot. JT, the man in the seats. Here's his review of Alien Earth. Let's see what he said. Take it away, JT.
Hello, this is Movie Reviews by JT, and I got another review for you, Alien Earth. The first 2 episodes dropped yesterday for the show on Hulu. It was great, crazy, a lot of violence. Really enjoyed the first 2 episodes of Alien Earth and everything. One of my most anticipated show of the summer. Been ready for the show ever since they announced it. And the first 2 episodes were awesome and stuff. And I can't wait for the rest of the episodes of the show. See what else will happen and everything. And stuff. The performances of the show on the show are great and everything. And I really enjoyed this show so much and everything. I can't wait for the rest of the episodes of the show and everything. So thinking about those episodes from last night, the first 2 episodes of the show. And the first episode was like an hour. The second episode was like 56 minutes. Everything and stuff. But they were great. Like I said, a lot of violence, crazy, and everything, and everything. And I can't wait for the rest of the episodes of the show and everything. So that's my review for Alien Earth episodes 1 and 2. All right, bye.
Thank you, JT. The popcorn is in the mail. It's been a tough week, been a lot of pop culture losses. I don't know why it just hit me hard about Danielle Spencer dying. It's really sad, but say a prayer that you're still alive and your loved ones are still alive. Just be glad that you're still living. And let's just sing this song together that I played the last couple times from our friends Donnie and Marie Osmond.
Slipping away, isn't it a pity? Didn't find time to call.
Ready or not, gonna make it to the city. This is the night to go to the celebrity ball. I just want to celebrate another day of living. I just want to celebrate another day of life. Had my hands on a dollar bill and the dollar bill blew away. But the sun is shining down on me and it's here to stay, yeah, yeah. So I'm telling you, I just want to celebrate, yeah, yeah. Another day of living, yeah. I just want to celebrate another day of life.
Good evening and welcome to our show. Tonight, in a special tribute to television, our guests are Desi Arnaz, Milton Berle, Howdy Doody and Buffalo Bob Smith, Peggy Fleming,
George Gobel, Arthur Godfrey, Lauren Green, Bob Hedges,
Art Linkletter, Gail Storm,
the Osmond Brothers, our own Ice Vanities, and our special guest star, Paul Air. I just want to celebrate, yeah, yeah. Another day of living, yeah. I just want to celebrate another day of life. Don't let it all get you down, no, no. Don't let it turn you around and around and around and around and around and round and round. Celebrate, celebrate, dance to the music. 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 Take it, Peggy Fleming. I just want to celebrate another day of life. If I'm making the people, but the people let me down. So I turn the other way and I carry on anyhow.
I just want to celebrate,
Yeah, yeah,
another day of living.
yeah. I just want to celebrate another day of life. Had my hand on the dollar bill and the dollar bill blew away. But the sun is shining brightly and it's his day.
I just want to celebrate,
Yeah, yeah.
another day of living.
I just want to celebrate another day of life. Don't let it all get you down, no, no. Don't let it turn you around, 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 around.
I just want to celebrate another day of living. I just want to celebrate another day of
We just want to celebrate, 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 dance to the
Yep. I agree, Mikey. Donnie Marie Osmond equal a good variety show. The reason I play these is I really want to see a Pluto TV channel or maybe on Disney Plus. I hope Disney does a deal with Donnie Osmond so they can air these because they had great guest stars. Lee Majors and Farrah Fawcett were in the first episode. I really want to see those skits again. Paul Lynde was in a bunch of episodes, and I'm hoping that something will happen soon because that would be just really good quality family entertainment. historical, pop culturally significant family entertainment, I'd like to see return, uncut, unedited. So we'll see if that happens. So I agree, Mikey. All right. So you heard my new theme song at the top of the show. I want to thank Brainbender's Banter YouTube channel, Chrissy Sharp. We wrote that together, co-wrote it. I wrote some of the lyrics. We wrote it together, and then she did her magic. And I love the graphics she came up with. So I want to just publicly thank her for that. I thought that was really awesome. And I didn't play the whole thing because it's 3 minutes long, and that might be a little long for like an intro. Oh, by the way, I did want to mention, speaking of variety shows, the Brady Bunch Variety Hour, that was a short-lived show that's certainly memorable, not for the right reasons, because it's so bad, it's bad. Not so bad, it's good. And I think it lasted 8 shows. But again, memorable guest stars, and that was Sid and Marty Krofft who produced that. And Sid and Marty Krofft did the first half or so of the Donnie Marie variety show, the 1970s version. And all right, so let's see if I have anything else. Should I play the song? I guess I'll play my entire new theme song right now for you. This is the Nostalgic Podblast official YouTube channel theme song, and this Nostalgic Podblast show theme song and intro video. It's 3 minutes and a half long. Buckle up. Let's go!
This ain't just a show. It's a time machine. Buckle up. Pop culture fans. You're about to blast back with jazz. He's got the clips, got the knowledge, got the spark. Digging through the past, lighting up the dark. 16mm film, vintage frames, toys and trivia, retro games, comic books, oh they're his thing. Bringing back the joy that nostalgia brings. Let's back, rewind that track. Saturday morning in a Podblast splash. Famous deaths, iconic scenes, laughs and legends from your childhood dreams. Now flip the switch, take it slow. We're going back to the golden glow. Grab your snacks, press play, don't miss your chance. It's a blast from the past with your host, Chance. Vintage commercials, Saturday flicks, old school toys and pop culture picks. From He-Man battles to joystick days, it's memory lane in the wildest ways. He's got the reels, the facts, the fire, and encyclopedia of retro desire. Comic books, got them collectibles, showing off. Celeb birthdays, trivia toss. Chance drops knowledge like a retro boss. And he's got that 80s hair. In spirit, a blast back, rewind that track. From VHS to 8-track, nostalgia fever, crank it loud. The Podblast crew is retro proud. And he's got that 80s hair. It's new with Chance. The time travel's just begun. Hop in the past, you know the stance. We're blasted off.
I love that. Thank you, Chrissy. Rain Bender's Banter YouTube channel. Catch her Saturday night live at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Pacific Time, and then Wednesday night for game night around 9 p.m. Pacific Time, midnight Eastern Time. Kind of late on the East Coast, but unless you're retired like Mikey. My new permanent co-host most shows. Very good. All right, so yeah, and I guess I'm going to sign off. Got one other clip to play from the good old days of TV, 1979 to 1980, ABC TV. Remember these stars I showed you at the top? Here is the rest of the story about ABC TV in that era.
This year again, when America watches ABC, they'll be watching Friends. Friends like Ricardo Montalban, Judd Hirsch, Goldie Hawn, Robert Urich, Jim McKay, Cheryl Ladd, Robert Wagner, Donna Pesco, John Travolta, Ron Howard, Rona Barrett, Dick Van Patten, Susan Blakely, Cindy Williams, Ron Moody, Hal Linden, Diane Keaton, Andy Kaufman, Irma Bombeck, Billy Crystal, Hugh Downs, Eileen Brennan, Lou Gossett, Jacqueline Smith, Gavin McLeod, Benji, Robert Guillaume, Peter Sellers, Catherine Hellman, Frank Redden, Bart Carney, Eddie Marshall.
When all is said and done, it's true. We became one, thanks to you.
Thanks from Barry Manilow, Lawrence Weed, Henry Winkler, Howard Cosell, Alan King, Pam Dauber, Jay Johnson and Bob, David Soul, Olivia Newton-John, Steve Landisberg, Barbara Walters, Woody Allen, Suzanne Summers, Doris Roberts, The Carpenters, Adam Rich, Richard Mulligan, Audra Lindley, John Forsythe.
Thank you, angels.
Stephanie Powers, Peter Strauss, Jackie Gleason, and Tom Bosley.
You're still having fun, 'cause we're still the one.
With more friends, like Phil Foster, Danny DeVito, Don Meredith, Donna Summer, John Ritter, Hervé Villachez, Robin Williams.
Give it to me, Tattoo. I want to wear it. That's my fantasy.
John Denver, Max Robinson, Shelley Hack, Burt Reynolds, Joyce DeWitt, Robert Mandan, David Hartman, Betty Garrett, Terry Como, Ron Glass, Mary Lou Henner, David Doyle, Diana Canova, Catherine Damon, Michael McKean and David Lander, Peter Jennings, Pat Boone, The Osmonds, Frank Gifford, Susan Richardson, and Norman Bell.
Yeah. Thanks for watching and listening to the Nostalgic Podblast. We'll see you next time. Don't let the dragons get you. Good night.